Good. Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So, last week we didn't make any progress at all, so now we're going, so now we have to, reread. Like, for those who weren't and here last stream, my PC, for some reason, wasn't very happy with me playing the game. I had to switch relays once, and then my PC crashed twice. So I had to call off the stream in its entirety, and we were going to finish the route, but we're going to do that now. So yeah, we're getting back into Fate's Stay Night, and the plan is to finish the Unlimited Blade Works route finally. So let us get to the game. Here we are. And the reason why the text is in green is because we went through it last time. This game highlight its text you've read before in green. It helps with determining what choices you've already read or not. And the text is a little faster when they do that. I doubt my own eyes for a moment. Tosaka and Caster. The battle in Magecraft ended with Tosaka's defeat. Tosaka slowly staggered forward as if asking for Caster's forgiveness, and Caster's released Magecraft to finish her off. That moment. Tosaka countered as the release of Magecraft. That's fine. That's not surprising. The problem is after that, Tosaka punches Caster with the fired up stance. Again, like she just decks Caster, like... Tosaka throws herself into the Hellfire. She counters the released Magecraft and, using it as a distraction, she jumps onto Caster. Caster's surprise is that of a mage. She could not have predicted that the mage that lost the Magecraft would come punching at her. I didn't expect it either, so it must be like blasphemy for Caster, who is an excellent mage. But that isn't just a useless struggle. Tosaka's close in and lands a one-hit punch, a Chinese martial arts move on Caster's chest. A shattering sound. Tosaka must have strengthened her fists like Kuzuki, as her blow easily breaks through Caster's defense. Like, why wouldn't that be a thing for mages in general, no matter what age? Like, hey, you might not always have a swordsman backing you up. Let's teach you some stuff you can do up close to keep yourself safe. I'm honestly fascinated by her coordination. Tosaka drops to the ground right after the one-inch punch. Putting both hands on the ground, she crouches down to Caster's knees. To Caster, who has no hand-to-hand combat knowledge, it must look like Tosaka disappeared. Then she executes a foot sweep. Her kick using her entire body is explosive, as if trying to kick off Caster's legs. Caster's feet are swept beneath her and lands on her back. But it doesn't stop. After the sweep, Tosaka stands up with her back turned to Caster, uses Uses the turning momentum to jab caster with an with an elbow. Tosaka stops her turning and throws a straight punch at Caster, putting her weight into it. Caster's body is blown away. Taking Tosaka's straight punch directly, Caster is slammed into the wall like me. Leaning against the wall, Caster pants dizzily. There's distance between them. Tosaka kicks the ground to cover the few meters between them. The match is settled. Caster cannot move and a wound seems fatal. The battle only lasted a few seconds. The match is settled within 5 seconds interval after I was smashed into the wall when confronting Kazuki. Caster has no energy left to fight back. Tosaka closes in on Caster with saber-like speed and delivers the finishing blow. Strengthening for just a few seconds using Magecraft. Tosaka intended to fight Caster close combat from the start. Caster only saw Tosaka as a mage. She acted like she was at a disadvantage, so that she could use the opening to achieve her one-time surprise attack. The plan worked. Caster was deceived by Tosaka and completely lost. Tosaka has won this battle. Yes. Shit. If not for this man's monstrous athleticism. If Tosaka running at Caster was like a hurricane, then his speed is like a storm caused by the devil. Tosaka stops. In front of Caster, leaning against the wall, is Soichiro Kazuki, who was just in front of me until now. Tosaka moves. The instant Tosaka feels death and imminently shields her face while jumping back. Kazuki's right fist that blew away strikes Tosaka's face. That blew me away strikes Tosaka's face. Tosaka guards her face with both hands and jumps back, but she's sent flying. Tosaka is smashed into the wall opposite from me with her arms dangling down, as if they are broken. He says calmly, but that's not Tosaka's fault. The reason she lost her chance is because of me. I'm the asshole here. If I had stopped Kazuki, Tosaka would have defeated Caster. This is my responsibility. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was lost because of my inexperience and Soichiro Kazuki's superior hand-to-hand combat skills. Caster regained her consciousness. With Kazuki by her side, she extends her awareness to the entire church. It was all for naught. Ambushes won't work on Caster anymore. Tosaka barely has any strength left, and I only have 2 swords left. This is bad. If they use her to attack us in this state, we won't be able to see the light of day ever again.
感謝しますわマスター。あなたがいなければあのまま倒されていました。
筋はいい。今はセーバーを起こせ。甘く見ていい相手ではなさそうだ。
ええ、 的確な判断ですわ、マスター。
Well, shit. Castor raises her hand and points at her on the altar. She is visibly bound by magical curses. Just as Castor is about to set her free,
ああ、それがあと数秒ほど早ければな。
the sound came from above. I can hear the whisper coming from the stairs above me. Castor was the first one that noticed something was wrong. Kuzuki can't tell. Why? Because Kuzuki can't detect traces of magical energy. Castor is on the move. Countless amounts of swords can be seen, floating above Castor's master. High. Above Suichiro Kazuki.
総一郎。
Perhaps Castor understood that she wouldn't be able to block the attack. She now stands in front of her master, trying to shield him from the assault.
そうです。ボン。
I was certain that the voice above me uttered such words. I'm suing for copyright infringement! The room is now silent. The floating swords turn their gaze upon a single target on the floor and rain down upon them, piercing them. The swords vanish after they cut through flesh and bone, leaving behind only traces of crimson. She chose to be a shield. Dragging her bloodied body, the woman looks back to the man she tried to protect. Kazuki says nothing, while his servant stands in front of him with countless piercing wounds. Maybe she feels she doesn't have to hide it anymore. Taking down her hood, the woman shows her real face and slowly approaches her master. Her body is crumbling. At the brink of her death, the woman looks upon her emotionless master. She gently caresses the man's face with her hand. Her breath getting shallower with each fading second. Yeah, this is like the moment where it's confirmed that she was never using him. She was never really using him. He was. She never controlled him. She was just like. She was like doing everything for him. Kazuki shows no change. He simply utters a short confirmation, and he does not even bother to turn his gaze on Castor. This is fine. Wait. The woman lets out a smile, realizing that perhaps she's content because of this man. The woman's hand drops down from the man's face. Castor's body starts to disintegrate from her feet. His simple and straight answer makes her smile. She smiles and looks at him like she is starting to fade. Like she's staring into a fading dream. The Great Witch fades away as she falls to her eternal slumber. Her purple robe falls to the ground. Without its owner, the robe also follows its master and fades into the wind. Not spending a moment looking at Castor, Kazuki had turned his attention to that guy. To the guy probably standing above me, to the knight wearing a red cloak. My head hurts. It's not from the burden and projecting too many weapons. It's that chant. That chant that came out of that guy's mouth is attacking my brain with a constant feeling of nausea. Trace on. I'm certain that's what he said. I keep telling myself it's not possible for him to whisper those words, but without a doubt he uttered those exact words. Archer walks down into the church. Tosaka stares at Archer and is probably still doubting her own eyes.
Archer? もしかしたらって思ってたけど、そういうこと?
Archer is not saying a word. He focuses his sights solely on his enemy, Kuzuki.
獅子心中の虫か。初めからこれを狙っていたな。アーチャー。
ああ。だがどちらかといえばトロイの木馬だろう。倒すべきがギリシャの英傑であったのだからな。例え話としてはそちらの方がふさわしい。
Despite the fact Medea, to my knowledge, wasn't actually involved in the Trojan War. Archer betrayed Castor right in front of her master, yet he shows no traces of regret at facing the same man.
そうか。お前のような男を引き込んだキャスターの落ち度だったな。
Even with the traitor standing in front of him, Kazuki shows no change in his tone. He still had his fight left in him. He's not a mage, and he has lost Castor, but Kazuki still has the will to keep his fight to keep this fight going. He resumes his combat stance. Without Castor, Kazuki's combat ability should have decreased drastically. Even if he's still the same dangerous viper, Castor's boon that turned his fists to steel should have been gone by now. Despite that, Kazuki still decides to face Archer.
そうか。続けるというのなら止めはしない。
Archer takes up his swords. There are unseen sparks between them. The battle is set to begin. Is that really for the best? Kazuki says he's not interested in the Holy Grail. He said he was simply there to accompany Castor, truly a master in name only. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any more reason for Kazuki to keep fighting now that Castor is gone.
どうして続けるんだクズキ。あんたはキャスターの言いなりになってただけだろう。キャスターはもういないんだから戦う理由はないはずだ。
My head hurt so much that my consciousness is fading, but I'm fixing my sights on the both of them. Kazuki closes his eyes for a brief moment and answers.
そうだ。戦う理由などない。お前と同じく、私は聖杯などに興味はなかったからな。
なら。
だが、これは私が始めたことだ。それを途中でやめることなどできない。
It's simple. His answer is plain and simple. The fight begins. This battle between them will probably end in a single encounter. Even if Kazuki possesses martial arts, the skills beyond that of a simple human, his opponent is a servant. Simply being better than normal humans is not enough. This fight is just an excuse to tighten up a loose end. This is the fate of the loser. A fight between two masters is always going to be kill or be killed. So what's going to happen to Kuzuki is to be expected. If one is going to have a problem with this, then don't ever step into this war. Even so, yeah, again, the green choice is the choice that was picked before. If we have enough time, if I'm going for the good ending, I'll go for the other one. If there's a way for him to be saved, if there's a way to resolve this without killing, and is it so wrong to wish for it? I don't mind being called naive, and I know I'm a hypocrite. To a master, defeating your opponent means killing them. They're all aware of this fact. They're all aware of this fact, getting themselves involved thus far. They chose to fight. Knowing they will have to kill him or be killed trying. I know how much of a coward I am for wanting to step in and stop them from fighting. And yet, if I had already decided to fight for someone, to help someone, then I can't afford to lose a life when that life has been spared.
やめろ。勝負はついた。これ以上は。
I try to stop them while enduring my headache. In that moment, Kuzuki makes his move. Maybe my move gave him an opening. Kuzuki shortens his distance between him and Archer in an instant and strikes right between his eyes. A strike that would have shattered at anyone's skull, yet Archer decided not to dodge the deadly attack. The sound that had been heard as the attack a sound that can be heard as the attack makes contact with Archer's head. The Red Knight chose to withstand Kuzuki's strike and uses the opportunity to peer through Kuzuki's chest. There's only silence. No one could utter a sound, and even I am at a loss for words. Soichiro Kuzuki is dead. He died on the path he chose, like a ghost who left behind no words of longing, nor feelings of regret or hope. My head hurts. I'm not sure if it's because my strength magic circuit is pressing against my nerves, or because I can't forgive Archer for killing Kuzuki without even batting an eye, or because I'm mad at myself for being utterly powerless to oppose. Without knowing the cause, the sharp pain in my head gets even sharper. I turn my head towards the sound. With Castor gone, the binding curses should be undone. In the front of the altar at the back of the church, Saber hits the floor. Still lying on the floor, Saber's breathing is labored and in pain. Seeing her like that makes me forget about my headache. I rush towards her. I'm annoyed that even a few meters between me and her feels so far away. Admittedly, even though this isn't her choice, she does look very pretty in that dress. Saber looks up. Seeing me running towards her, Saber lets out a sigh of relief. She suddenly tackles me and sends me flying. Suddenly, a blow from the side. I was knocked down without resisting. My body is sent flying and bounces hard against the floor. My back lands on the first on the floor. I'm still confused by what just happened, but just as I look up, in that moment, I hear the sound of metal clashing again. What I see is Saber armoring up, and right in front of her, on the ground where I stood, there are multiple swords piercing the floor. It's him. He lets out a sound of disappointment as he keeps his sight on Saber. Not even able to stand upright, Saber glares at Archer.
あいつ
I don't have to guess the reason. He fired his sword, then tried to kill me from behind my back. Saber noticed that he was what he was trying to do when instantly covered for me. Tosaka stands there looking at him, dumbfounded, while Saber wields her sword as she's gasping for breath. If their positions are different, they harbor the same question. Even if their positions are different, they harbor the same question. Now that Caster is defeated, why is Archer trying to kill Shiro and Mia? Only Archer and I stood unfazed by the interaction. That's right, I'm not surprised at what just happened. We have despised each other from the very beginning. We have stood against each other knowing we will never get along. We both reject each other's existence, not even knowing why. Why? The reason behind why we must reject each other. If it's really what I think it is, of course he would want to kill me. He never forgave me for stealing his snacks. I tried to stand up after being knocked to the floor. Saber was pretty desperate. She probably charged into me without being able to hold back. Because of that, she can barely catch her breath. That's why I must stand up. If the Saber I knew were to tackle me, it wouldn't be this weak. Right now, she barely has enough strength to even face me. If she is to go up against Archer in that body of hers, it would be no different than suicide. Tosaka approaches Archer. Of course she's confused. Archer only sided with Caster so he could betray her at the end and kill her. Now that he's succeeded, there's no reason for Archer to attack me.
芝居はもう終わりでしょ。キャスターは倒したんだから、もう勝手な真似は許さないわよ。
許さない。わからないな。なぜ私が許されなければならないのだ。私のマスターでもないお前に。
はーちゃん。
お前との契約は切れている。自由になった私が自ら進んで人間の手下になると思うのか。
Tosaka looks upon Archer like she still can't believe what she has just heard, but then a sudden realization hits her.
まさか、あーちゃん。
私は私の目的のためだけに行動する。だが、そこにお前がいてはいささか面倒だ。
Tosaka jumps back. She distances herself from Archer and starts running toward me while I'm trying to stand up. But Tosaka was not able to do that. A storm of swords, 2 meters tall, is raining down. The swords come down in a circular pattern, stabbing the floor to create a cage. A circular cage with barely enough space for a single human. The instant the cage is formed, Tosaka is trapped in the middle of it.
ここまで来て邪魔はさせん。契約が切れた今、お前にかけられた0時の縛りも存在しない。キャスターについた理由はそれだけだ。あの0時を無効にするためには、契約を破棄せねばならなかったからな。
Archer starts walking and turning his back on Tosaka, who's now trapped in a cage of swords. He's not walking towards Saber, but towards me while I still have my knee on the floor.
やっぱりなんでよアーチャーあんたまだシロを殺すつもりなの？
そう。自らの手でエミやシロを殺す。それだけが守護者となり果てた俺のただ一つの願望だ。
何？
Strength is returning to Saber's body. She collects her thoughts, focuses her strength, and shifts herself between Archer and myself.
アーチャーあなたはまさか。
そうだ。いつか言っていたな、セイバー。俺には英雄としての誇りがないのかと。無論だ。そんなものがあるはずがない。この身を埋めているのは後悔だけだよ。俺はね、セイバー。英雄になどならなければよかったんだ。
Saber's will to fight is leaving her body. Maybe she has suddenly understood something. Whatever it may be, she no longer has any animosity towards Archer.
そういうことだ。聞いているがいい、騎士よ。マスターがいない身で無茶をすれば、すぐに消えるぞ。
Just checking. Oh, it must have updated to show he no longer has a master.
Mohaya エミやシロにはマスターの資格がない。肩入れしたところで君の望みには届かない。
それはできない。マスターで亡くなったとしても契約は消えない。彼を守り剣になると誓った。聖杯戦争など知らなかった彼はそれでも私の一方的な誓いに応えてくれた。その信頼を裏切ることなどできない。
She holds up her invisible sword, but the brave and gallant knight is nowhere to be seen.
そうか。ならば、偽りの主ともども、ここで消えろ。
Swords appear in Archer's hands. Well, Saber can't even withstand Archer's attack as she is right now.
バカ逃げろサイバー。
I stand up and try to reach out for Saber. Maybe she is trying to stay away from my reach. Saber focuses all her strength to her feet and rushes towards Archer. Fight is over after a few rounds of trading blows. The old Saber would have undoubtedly overpowered Archer, but now she can barely swing her sword for seconds before she's down on her knees. Saber doesn't even have a sword in her hand anymore. In an effort to resist Castor's curse, she used up all of her magical energy. For Saber now, even taking an air as an effort, she's facing down, all fours on the floor, and trying her hardest just to maintain her existence. Archer raises his arms. He swings his sword down upon the defenseless Saber. I rush in. And muster up all my strength to block Archer's attack. I hold up my two swords. With the weapons I instantly projected in my hands, I fix my sight on the Red Knight.
あとしばらくはおとなしくしていると思ったがな。さすがに目の前で女が殺されるのは耐えられないか。
うるさい。お前が殺したがってるのは俺だろう。なら 相手を間違えるな。
The two of us continue to face off against each other. We both hold twin swords in our hands. Even though our stature may differ, our stance is absolutely identical.
人間もそこまで行けば本物だ。だが、お前の体はその魔術講師に耐えられるかな。
A clear mockery. But like he said, I'm at my limit. My headache won't stop, and my accelerating magic circuits are at their limit because of my repeated projection. In my current state, if I continue to trade blows with him while maintaining the swords, my brain will explode before he cuts me down.
前に忠告したな。お前に投影は扱えないと。分不相応の魔術は身を滅ぼす。お前をここまで生かしてきた奇跡の代償。ここで支払うことになったな。エミヤシロ。
Archer is charging towards me.
黙りやがれ、てめえ。
At that moment, I meet Archer's sword with swords with my own, with such intensity that, as if it will make me forget about my headache. I swing my weapons. My movement is simple, a mimicry of my opponent's. If my swords are borrowed, so is the skill to wield them. That's why there's no way I can match him. Even if I'm at my peak condition, I'm not able to defeat him. A fake can come close to the real thing, but it will never surpass it. That's why I didn't have a chance to stand up to this man from the beginning. He told me to drown holding on to my ideals. He also told me my life was a lie. I couldn't say anything to him because he was my ideal. The power to realize the impossible. The man who became a heroic spirit after saving so many others. I am the one who wished to become like that. That's why I can't win. The man standing in front of me is one who has reached the end of my ideal. If this man is truly the same person who wanted to become stronger to save others, the embodiment of Shiro Amiya's ideals, the sword shattered. While I was able to block his attack, I lost my swords in the process. My consciousness is fading. My body is uninjured, but what's inside my body is bleeding, slowly withering away.
納得がいったか。それがエミヤシロウの限界だ。無理を積み重ねてきたお前にはふさわしい幕切れだろう。
He raises his sword. Just as I try to discern which side the sword is going to cut down with my fading consciousness,
告げる。汝の身は我が元に、我が命運は汝の剣に。聖杯のゆるべに従い、この断りに従うのなら。
Tosaka's dignified voice echoes in the church. Maybe he was distracted by that. The sword strike loses its momentum. If that's the case, in my current body, I can dodge the attack. Even in my current body. I rolled away on the floor to create some distance. Archer clicks his tongue. He doesn't go after me and looks at Saber on the floor. Tosaka is reaching her hand out to Saber for her from her cage of swords. Responding to her call, Saber rushes to Tosaka with all her strength.
Saber の名にかけ誓いを受ける。あなたを我が主として認めよう。リン。
This is the contract that should have happened. Saber is finally able to get the master she deserves. Insert Cluedo meme here. Winds gather and swirl around Saber, and that's to update that Saber there is now Rin Servant. Perhaps it's because she's gotten her real power back now that she has a proper master. The saber-facing archer is now the only is not the same person as before. I'm the only one stunned by this sight. Even Archer is enchanted. I'm not the only one stunned by the sight. Even Archer is enchanted by what's happening. A surge of magical energy and a set of armor that's impervious to damage. That enormous magical energy, which is enough to overwhelm anyone, is truly infinite. That is Saber. The heroic spirit of the sword that is said to be the most powerful of servants. Maybe he can't spare any effort on me anymore, but Archer is only focusing on Saber. Saber says with determination. Yeah, Saber is not one to break a promise. She's not one to break her word, I should say. Irritated by her words, Archer grips his swords. Saber's words are true. Saber in her current condition could now go against Berserker one-on-one and still walk away victorious. Oh, what? Yeah, I wanted to show this. Yeah, let's remember. So according to this, as itself, he has the advantage. Like again, he does kind of still outclass her in every stat that we're seeing. It doesn't matter who Archer is, he can't win against Saber. He understands that better than anyone yet. Not letting her respond, Archer charges at Saber. Swords clash. A bolt of crimson rushes toward Saber, and Archer swings with all of his might. Saber blocks that attack without even flinching. They're different in stature, and even Archer suddenly Archer's sudden burst of speed make no difference. Saber parries Archer's attack with ease. Yet Archer is the one who falls back despite being on the offense. A simple strike with utmost power and precision. Excuse me. Not only was it blocked, he even lost his balance in the process. Archer falls back without hesitation. Being an opening, Saber attacks Archer with a fierce onslaught. There's nothing Archer can do other than block Saber's attacks. If he tries to counter, Saber's sword will split his skull in that opening. No, he doesn't even have the spare effort to think about countering. The only resistance allowed for Archer is blocking Saber's attack until he runs out of strength. Even then, that won't last long. Magical energy imbued. The magical energy imbued in Saber's sword is chipping away at Contra and Bakuya. The twin swords still stand any. The twin swords can't stand any more of Saber's attacks, nor does Archer have much strength left. The end comes sooner than expected. Not able to withstand Saber's assault, Archer falls down on his knee. Saber stops for a short moment, then swings down her sword. That decisive strike, Archer stopped it with a cross formed by his swords. The fight ends there. While Archer did stop Saber's attack, he can't move another inch. If he lets go even an ounce of his strength, Saber's sword will cut him in half from the skull down. Pouring all his strength into his arms, Archer stopped Saber's strike. Sweat is dripping down Archer's forehead, and he's gasping for breath. In contrast, Saber is calm and collected. In close-range combat, it's impossible for an Archer-class servant to win against a Saber-class servant.
ここまでです、アーチャー。先ほど私の身を案じていましたが、それはあなたにも言えることだ。キャスターを倒すためにあれだけの宝具を使った今、魔力は残り少ないはずです。加えて、この世にとどまるためのマスターもいない。魔力の供給もままならない。今のあなたに何ができる？
それこそ余計な世話だ、セイバー。アーチャーのサーバントにはマスターがおらずとも単独で存在する能力がある。マスターを失ったとしても2日は存命できよう。それだけあればあの小僧を仕留めるには十分だ。
If he didn't bring that up, I would have made the joke about. I would have made the JoJo joke about running away.
バカな。まだそんなことを言うのですか。あなたの望みは聖杯ではなく、白を殺すことだとでも。
Archer didn't respond. His cold eyes simply stare at the baffled and troubled Saber.
ということは、アーチャー、あなたの望みは間違っている。なぜそのような結末を望むのですか。そんなことをしてもあなたは。
Be saved. Saber bites down on her lip before she can finish her sentence.
間違えているか。
Archer puts more strength into his arms. He stares back at Saber.
こちらのセリフだ、セイバー。君こそいつまで間違った望みを抱いている。
For a brief moment of sadness flickers in Archer's eyes as he asks Saber.
アーチャー。
Saber's grip on her sword weakens. Archer seizes the opportunity to free himself and uses the opening to kick Saber off. Saber was sent backward from that kick, but she lands with grace. The situation doesn't change from a minute ago. The stalemate between Saber, who is protecting me, and Archer, who has his back turned to the caged Tosaka. A stalemate between between Saber, who protected me, and Archer, who had his back turned to the caged Tosaka. The distance between the two, has extended at about 5 meters.
分かりきっていたことだが、やはり剣技では及ばぬか。
The sword in his hands disappear, and he faces Saber empty-handed.
アーチャー、剣を捨てたということは、戦いを収める気に。
まさか。君こそ思い違いはよせ。俺はアーチャーだぞ。もとより、剣で戦うものではない。
After saying that,
I'm the bone of my soul.
in a whisper, Archer starts with the incantation.
やめろ、アーチャー。私は、あなたとは。
セイバー、いつか、お前を解き放つ者が現れる。それは今回ではないようだが、おそらくは次も、お前と関わるのは、私なのだろうよ。Unknown to death, unknown to life.
The incantation echoes in the church. Nothing changes in the surrounding. An incantation that long will most certainly affect the environment. Magecraft is something that works by exerting influence on the world itself. However, this incantation doesn't do it, but his incantation doesn't do it, but
だが、それはあくまで次の話。今の俺の目的は、エミやシロを殺すことだけだ。それを阻むのならば、この世界は、お前が相手でも容赦はせん。
he raises his left arm. Does that mean he is completing his incantation?
Unlimited blade works.
We got a title drop! Crap! And I forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, too. Flames erupting. The flames trace across the floor as if drawing a line. Does that mean the flames are creating a boundary around the church? The bright luminescence generated by the flame envelops the church. In an instant, the church was replaced by a strange landscape. My headache is overpowering my thoughts. I can understand. I can understand this magecraft, this bizarre scenery. It shouldn't be possible for me to understand, but I was able to decipher what is happening in front of my eyes naturally. And that fact is hurting my head more than anything. To sum it up in one word, this is a forge. Burning flames and rotating gears in the sky. Swords with no wielders are scattered across this wasteland. Every blade across the landscape is a famed sword. Even the concho and bakuya he uses were weaved from this world. A seemingly infinite projection of weapons. The countless weapons make this place look like a junkyard. And standing in the middle of this wasted kingdom is the Red Knight. There is obvious confusion in Saber's voice. Standing in the cold phantom flame, she looks at the Red Knight bewildered.
心象世界を具現化して現実を侵食する大禁獣。つまりあんたは剣士でもなければ騎兵でもなくて。
そう、生前英霊となる前は 魔術師だったということだ。
Tosaka speaks calmly. Does that mean she already knew? Maybe she was already maybe she has already discerned Archer's identity?
アーチャー、あなたの宝具は
そんなものはない。私は聖剣も魔剣も持ってなどいなかったからな。俺が持ち得るのはこの世界だけだ。宝具が英霊のシンボルだというのなら、この魔術こそが俺の宝具。武器であるのならば、オリジナルを見るだけで複製し貯蔵する。それが俺の英霊としての能力だ。
Archer can't, Saber can't believe what she's heard. She looks around, bewildered, seeing only swords in this wasteland. Swords that feel no different than unmarked gravestones. This place is filled with wasteland and iron, covered by a lonely gray sky.
あなたの世界だというのか、アーチャー。
そうだ。試してみても構わんぞ、セイバー。お前の聖剣、確実に複製してみせよう。
私の聖剣、その正体を知って言うのか、アーチャー。
もちろん。あれほどのものになると完全な複製はできぬが、真に迫ることはできる。となればどうなる？聖剣同士が衝突した時、周りの人間は生きていられるかな？
アーチャー、あなたは。
そういうことだ。間違っても聖剣を使うな、セイバー。使えば俺も抵抗せざるを得ない。その場合、消えるのは我々ではなく周りの人間だ。お前のことだ。自身を犠牲にしてもそこの小僧を守るだろう。俺とて聖剣など投影しては自滅する。となれば生き残るのは一人だけ。それではあまりにも意味がない。
Archer raises his left arm. At the signal, sword start to levitate behind him.
抵抗はするな。運が良ければ即死することもない。ことが済んだ後、お前のマスターに癒してもらえ。
Archer's finger points at Saber. Countless swords turn and point at Saber. Every single one of those swords is capable of delivering a killing blow.
かわすのもいいが、その場合、背後の男は諦めろ。
He gave his command to the swords. An infinite amount of swords start their assault. Saber can't afford to move a single inch from her spot. Knowing a single mishap could be fatal, Saber grips her sword in her hand and strikes down each and every sword that rains down. My headache is taking away my ability to think. My magic circuit will only last one more try. My devastated insides are scorched beyond recognition and on the verge of melting. But all of that stopped mattering from the moment I saw this world. The next thing I know, I'm focusing my strength and running up next to Saber, fixing my eyes on those annoying swords. Who cares? If my eyes can't keep up with the flurry of swords, then what I need to do is let my senses take over and analyze them. Even if my head can't process any faster, I'm still pushing it beyond its limit. The next wave of swords is coming. It feels like a hammer from a gun knocks down on the back of my head. I reach out my left arm. I don't have a shred of doubt. I copied so many up until now. If the logic and method behind and what I did was correct,
じゃねえてめえ
then there's no way I can't copy the flurry of swords before me. I love that. I love how they show like the reality marble crumbling there. Fragments shatter around us. When I open my eyes, this reality marvel, or whatever it's called, was gone. What remain are the scattered fragments of swords and... a hellish feeling of nausea that makes me gag as if I'm about to throw up my own organs. He stares at me with animosity. Archer grabs Tosaka out of her cage and restrains her. Tosaka violently moves her body, trying to get away from Archer's grasp. I don't know what he's done, but Archer puts his hand on the back of Tosaka's neck, and her consciousness is gone. After that, he decides to leave the church. He holds Tosaka in his arms and leaps up the stair that lead to the ground above. Yep, Ren's become a damsel in distress now.
どこに行く気です、アーチャー。
これ以上邪魔の入らないところだ。俺は今ので魔力切れだしな。お前に守られた小僧を仕留めるだけの力はない。
リンを連れて行くのは人質ですか？
いや、交換条件だ。これが俺の手元にある限り、そこの小僧は俺を追わざるを得まい。加えて、リンはお前のマスターになった。いかにお前が小僧を守ろうと、マスターの命には変えられまい。
I'm trying to fight this nausea, trying hard to hold on so I don't pass out. I respond to his nonsense. And then, exhausted, I tell him without even looking at him.
だから郊外の森だ。そこに使われていない城がある。あそこなら誰にも迷惑はかからない。
白？
俺に文句があるんだろう。いいぜ、聞いてやる。言いたいことがあるのはこっちだって同じなんだ。
I'm fading in and out of my consciousness. Despite the nauseating sickness, I told him as much.
郊外の森。そうか。アインツベルンの城があったな。確かに。あの城ならば邪魔は入るまい。いい覚悟じゃないか、エミヤシロ。
うるさい。そんなことより。
I don't want to hear his flattery. If I have to listen to any more of it, my innards might burst out of my body from the unbearable pain.
それまで遠坂に手を出してみろ。その時はセイバーの手を借りてでもお前を殺してやる。
A sharp pain attacks me. I warn him in rage and claw at my head to fight my headache.
よかろう。場所を指定した見返りだ。一日は安全を保証してやる。だが急げよ。マスターがいない今、俺とて時間がない。この身は2日と持たぬだろう。その前にお前を殺せないとあらば、腹いせに人質を手にかけかねんからな。
His annoying laughter lingers in my ear as he leaves. I fell down on my knees before I can see him leave.
白、 無茶をして、いくらあなたでもアーチャーと同じ投影をするのは早すぎます。
She holds me as I fall down.
セイバー、遠さが取られちまった。
I try to stand up while holding my head.
シロ、それはいいのです。リンは無事だ。アーチャーもリンには手を出さないでしょう。それより今はあなたの方が危ない。リンのことは私に任せて、シロは家で休息を取るべきです。
いや、そんな暇は。
I feel like passing out as I try to finish that sentence. Damn it. I can't believe this. It seems I don't even have strength left to form words.
話は後で聞きます。今はあなたを家に連れて帰る。いいですね、シロ。
I don't even have time to say anything back. Saber lends me her shoulder as we're walking toward the stairs. The sky is still gray. We leave the now deserted church.
お、ことは済んだみたいだな、坊主。
There, in the clearing in front of us, is the familiar spearman. Saber glares at him while supporting me. She's so tense that she would slash him without hesitation if he took another step.
いや、違うんだ、セイバー。あいつは俺たちの手助けをしてくれた。
は、ランサーがシロに協力したというのですか？
あ、そうだ。できれば今は戦わないでくれ。
Go away. Saber stares at Lancer in astonishment. It seems he's fully annoyed. He's fully enjoying. Fully annoying. It seems he's fully enjoying Saber's reaction.
それはわかりましたが、なぜですランサー？あなたがシローたちに協力するなど、何か企みがあるのですか？
あ？なんだ？バカだろお前。んなもんあるに決まってんじゃねえか。裏で企んでなきゃよその手助けなんかするか。
I knew he was that kind of guy, but he's thorough now as he is making fun of Saber.
何がおかしいのです、シロー。
え、今笑ってたか、俺。
ええ、笑っていました。どうやら私の思い違いだったようですね。笑みがこぼれるほど元気があるのなら、この肩を貸すまでもなかったようですが。
It's bad, but that made me a bit relieved. Saber is the same as before. Our connection is gone, but she's here just like before. Then, and what's there to regret?
悪い、気が緩んだみたいだ。今はそんな場合じゃなかったな。
はい。リンを取り戻すにしても、今は休まなければ。ランサー、何が目的かは知らぬが、もはや用は済んだのだろう。ならばされ。私も、今はあなたとは戦わない。
She declares in a dignified manner and goes down to the clearing.
おい、万事守備よく行ったってわけじゃなさそうだな。何が起きたんだ、オズ。
トサカがアーチャーに連れて行かれた。これから取り戻しに行くだけだ。
I bear my dizziness and answer looking into Lancer's eyes.
何？おい待て。それはどういうことだ？
I'm sorry, but I don't have any energy left. I can't give a long explanation, so I should go home and...
アーチャーの目的はシロを殺すことです。そのために私のマスターとなったリンをさらい、交換条件としてシロに一騎打ちを命じました。一日中にアーチャーの元に行かなければ、リンの安全は保証しないそうです。
Well, it was helpful for you to explain on my behalf, but there's no point in telling Lancer that, Saber.
やろう。やりやがったな。
He takes off his friendly face and grits his teeth.
ランサー。
つまりあれか。あの野郎、一度ならず二度までお嬢ちゃんを裏切ったってわけか。
ええ、そういうことになりますが、それがどうしたと。
どうしたじゃねえ。くそ、気が変わった。手助けするのはこれっきりだったがな。もう少し付き合わせろ。このままじゃ寝覚めが悪い。
Yeah, Lancer really does not take the betrayal kindly. Lancer spits out and starts walking. Saber stares at Lancer silently. I understand how she feels. Lancer's back looked as if he was telling us that he'll join us.
参った。シロとリンはどんな魔術を使って彼を味方に引き入れたのです。
The power of horny. Saber's voice sounds more shocked than amazed. But unfortunately, I don't have the energy to answer, and my wounds are starting to hurt again. No, first of all, I'm the one who wants to ask that question. $14.3 Unlimited Blade Works. And I recall his dream, the memory of the man who was set up as a hero, the story of a knight whose end came to a place that I can't reach. That hill is his world, the desolate wasteland that a man obtained by fighting for others. Apparently, he died smiling in satisfaction, holding on to this view. Yes, that just makes me seriously mad. He tried his best, worked hard, even though he was an ordinary person, and finally obtained a miracle with his own blood. Then it'll be a lie if he doesn't become happy. If he made many people happy, then he had to become happier than those people combined. But he did not receive such reward. The only thing he was given was fate to be used as a guardian after his death. That's right. Why didn't I realize that? Guardians are summoned into every age. Doesn't that mean that they are summoned from every age? In other words, from the present and the past, and the heroic spirit can even be summoned from the future. We have not yet seen. For guardians who are pushed into a position and off of the axis of time, the concept of time does not exist. At the point that they become a heroic spirit, they sublimate it into something other than what they used to be when they were human. Then, it is possible for a guardian to be summoned into a place and age they lived when they were alive. It's vexing when I think about it. It's because neither of them get salvation. The one that watches his past self, or the one that watches his eventual self. They will only hurt they will only be hurt by how they changed. I already know the end of this big idiot who tried to be of help to others. He became a guardian by choice. He thought that it was more than he could ask for if he could save people even after he died. He did not have the power to save people when he was alive, but he believed that he could break through any tragedy as a heroic spirit. Thinking so, he made a contract with the world to give his body after death and saved hundreds of lives. He believed he would be able to save tens of thousands of people and more after that. But he was betrayed by such hope. Places where heroic spirits and guardians appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by people. Humans are beings that perish by their own doing. That's why the process of destruction should always be the same. He was only summoned into those hells. In the lands where the ones he wanted to save were already dead, he killed even more people. The boy who said that he didn't want to see anyone cry could only see humans crying forever. There is only one thing I can say. He has been betrayed by many things the whole time. In the very end, he was even betrayed by the only thing he believed in, his ideal. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. That is the only spell he was given. What is that? It makes me so mad that I want to beat his chest and scold him. I, Rin Tosaka, have never had any hardships in my life. So I might not have the right to say it, but I believe in working hard and going through pain. It's wrong not to be rewarded for your battles. That's why I'm angry at his unrewarded life, and most of all, I can't leave him, who ended up cursing his life, be. As long as you're my servant, I won't do anything other than what I believe in. I'm not as naive as Shiro and Mia, but there are still things that I cannot give up. No matter who it is, I don't have the intention of giving it up. That's right. That's why I swore that. As long as I'm his master, I will believe in my path like he used to do. That's about all I can show to him. That's about the only way I can repay him. That might have been meaningless, but at least I do it so that Archer, who lost sight of his own past, could realize that his life was something he can be proud of. The first thing I notice when I wake up from my slumber are the sensations in my limbs. They hurt and I can't move them. Plus, I'm sitting in a chair that seemed to be sleeping in an unnatural position. I don't want to admit it, but I'm in the worst possible situation. I fell asleep at my PC, and now I've got waffle face. To be honest, I can't do anything. My hands are behind the chair and restrained by something like handcuffs. My ankles are the same. I can't stand from my chair. On top of that, my handcuffs and shackles are magecraft resistant, and my magic circuit is so messed up that I can't even create magical energy. Now that I've confirmed my situation, I check my surroundings. It's cold. The room made of stone and has no heater, and it is an abandoned place that hasn't been used for a while. It's dark outside the windows. From the looks of it, it's probably past 10 p.m. or so.
どういうつもりよ、アーチャー。
I glare into the darkness. The shadow of the pillar. The knight in red is sitting on a pile of
ど
rubble.
うもこうもない。お前はエミやシロを釣る餌だ。それは自分でも分かっているだろう。
私がいなくたってシローなら勝手に来るわよ。そんなことあなたならわかるでしょうに。
そうだな。だが、そこにお前がいては都合が悪い。ことが済むまで、目障りな邪魔者にはここでおとなしくしていてもらおう。
Archer states without appearing in front of me. There's no sign of his previous intimacy. He is really a calm assassin now.
どうあってもシローを殺すっていうのね、あなた。
あのような甘い男は今のうちに消えた方がいい。
He replied as if it's only natural. The only thing I can see from here, there is a shadowed side profile. His expression is cold, as if he's wearing a mask. That makes me seriously irritated.
シローが甘いってことは言われなくても分かってるけど。
I take a breath. It'll end if I say this. Archer will never come back to me if I say that. I take a breath and stare at the man in the shadows.
それでも私はあいつの甘いところが愛しいって思う。あいつはああでなくちゃいけないって。ああいうやつがいてもいいんだって救われてる。けど、あんたはどうなの？そこまでやっておいて、身勝手な理想論を振りかざすのは間違ってるって思ったわけ？何度も何度も他人のために戦って、何度も何度も裏切られて、何度も何度もつまらない後始末をさせられて、それで人間ってものに愛想が尽きたっていうの？あっちゃん。
I get even more angry as I speak, and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. Archer doesn't answer. His side profile, consumed in the shadows, is no longer the side profile that I know. Interlude out. When I heard that from the man I believed could save everyone, I felt all I felt was repulsion.
いいかいしろ。正義の味方に救えるのは味方をした人間だけだ。
I didn't like those words either. I didn't want the person who I thought was the hero of justice himself to say such realistic things. Since that time, my life has been trying to overturn those words. There is no need for sacrifices. Nobody will hurt if you work hard and do your best. My old man must have always admired that as well. So...
安心した。
I can't look away from his final moment. Kosaka said that such a life is distorted. I know. I realized that a long time ago. There is no such world where nobody gets hurt. And there is no happiness where nobody gets hurt. Such a convenient utopia does not exist anywhere in this world. The hero of justice that I'm trying to become is just hypocrisy.
人助けの果てには何もない。
So, I know that without having been told.
救えない偽りのような人生だ。
Yeah. Even if that's true, I won't let you say it. I don't care if anyone other than him denies it, but I won't let him say it. The same things. We have the same beginnings, and even if I were to turn out like that, no, that's why I have to deny him. So that he doesn't approve of the former Shiro Amiya. As long as I am here, I won't approve of him. Even if this dream is distorted. If I believed in this and decided that I will keep on believing in it, then I wake up. I look at the clock right away and see that it's past 11 p.m.
目が覚めましたか、シロ。
Saber says in a calm voice, sitting on her knees. It has already been half a day since we came back from the church. She must have been watching over me the whole time I was unconscious.
起きた。体も問題ないよ。疲れも取れたし、頭痛も消えた。
I get up from my bed. The sensation in my limbs are back to usual. The magic circuit that I overused is still exhausted, but it hasn't burned up.
行くのですか、シロ。
Saber suddenly asks. The answer is obvious, so I silently nod back.
わかりました。では私も同行します。ですがシロ。ミンは私のマスターです。彼女を救い出すのは私の役目だ。
逆だ、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺がやる。
I interrupt Saber. She looks at me uneasily.
それはダメだ、シロ。アーチャーはあなたの。
She hesitates, having a hard time saying it.
あいつが何者なのかは多分出会った時から分かってた。
I was repulsed by him without reason from the first time we met. I stubbornly hated him, thinking that I could not approve of him. That is only natural. Any person would look away if they are shown their own mistakes.
けど、だからこそあいつがしたことは認めない。あいつとだけは俺が決着をつけなくちゃいけないんだ。
I stand up. My body is in great condition. There's only half a day until time is up. I can't spend any more time resting.
シロ。
こんなことを言える立場じゃないけど、頼む、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺がやる。その時、どうなっても手を出さないでいてほしい。
I bow as I ask Saber.
いいえ。そのようなことをする必要はありません、シロ。あなたがそう望むのなら、私はそれに従いましょう。この身はあなたの盾になると誓ったのです。その行く末を最後まで見届けます。
Her answer is perfect. Her dignified voice sweeps away the uneasiness lingering on my mind.
セイバーが見守ってくれるなら心強い。
はい。私もあなたがそうであってくれて嬉しい、シロ。
She smiles back. We prepare for departure now. We leave my house. Who would have thought that we would go back to that castle again?
お前ら、人の話聞いてねえだろ。
I've been screaming at you for 5 minutes now.
は？
We both turn around. Oh. I love the look on his face right now. He's like, what the fuck are you ignoring me for? Come to think of it, Lancer was still here.
なんだ、案外暇なんだな、あんた。
And we're just like, oh, right, you exist. It just slips out. He seems to be aware of it himself, and he doesn't seem to deny it.
ランサー、あなたが何を企んでいるかは知りませんが、私たちに同行しても得るものはありません。アーチャーはすでにマスターを持たないサーバント。あなたのマスターが倒したがるとは思えませんが。
ああ、分かってる分かってる。別にアーチャーの野郎をどうこうしようって気はねえ。坊主と奴の殺し合いにも手は出さねえから安心しろ。
では何のためについてこようというのです。私との決着を望むのならここでつけても構いませんが。
He was following for one reason. Boner.
いや、それも願い下げだな。俺は貴様のマスターと敵対する気はない。むしろ売りたいのは恩でね。ここらで貸しを作っておこうと、そういう腹だ。
Like I said, boner. Saber glares at Lancer, and Lancer aloofly ignores her
分
stare.
かった。好きにしろ。遠坂を助ける手助けをしてくれるならこっちも助かる。
シロ、ランサーは敵です。そのような軽い決断は。
その点は大丈夫だろう。そいつ根性ひん曲がってるけど嘘を言うやつじゃないし、何より回りくどいことなんてできない。俺たちを騙したいんならその前に真正面から倒しに来てるさ。
それはそうですが、しかし。
Yeah, Lancer did say before in the previous throughout when we started when we started that he's not a fan of recon stuff. He's not a fan of his master's sneaky tactics.
いや、セイバーが嫌だって言うなら追っ払う。けどこいつ放っておいてもついてくるぞ。それならそばにいさせて監視した方が楽だろう。
たった数日で随分と口がうまくなったのですね、シロ。
That face.
いや、いろいろあったから。ま、そういうことだ、ランサー。俺たちもあんたに関与しないから、あんたも俺たちには口を出さない。それでいいなら一緒に行こう。
I called to Lancer, who was watching us with a smile.
十分だ。いや、いいコンビじゃねえか。セイバーは見ての通り融通が利かないからな。お前が大人になってくれて助かったぜ。
そのようなことはありません。融通が利かないのはむしろシロの方だ。私がどれほど苦労したか、あなたに何がわかるのです。
さあ。なんだ？聞けば話してくれるのか、セイバー。いいぜ。城までは随分とある。道中お前の苦労話を魚としよう。
なぜ私がそのようなことを説明しなくてはならないのです。それこそあなたには無関係ではないですか。
Saber accuses Lancer. Saber and Lancer really don't get along. I didn't think that Saber would yell at Tosaka. I didn't think that Saber would yell like Tosaka.
まあいいか。それより行くぞ。遊んでる暇はないんだ。できるだけ早く城に行かなくちゃいけないんだからな。
I leave the two behind and start walking.
シロ、私は遊んでいるわけではありません。
She must still be worked up. She's yelling. She's yelling as she catches up. Lancer keeps his distance from us and follows us aloofly. It's midnight. I don't know how long it takes to get to the castle from here. We should be able to make it in time. Well, we'll most likely get there by dawn. We head towards the masterless old castle in the forest and start walking in the night. February 14th, Valentine's Day. My after image. (15:1). It is daybreak. The knight in red is leaning against the pillar and staring at his own arm. He puts strength into his fingertips and clenches his fist. Only about half of his sensations are left. Even though he is a heroic spirit, he cannot maintain his existence without a master that helps him stay in this world. Archer is existing because of a special ability that his class holds, that is nearing its limit. The Knight in Red's remaining strength is less than a tenth of his original powers. His fists lack strength, and he should slowly start fading if he lets his guard down. But there is no problem. Even if he only has a tenth of his power remaining, it is enough to finish Shiromiya off. Considering the difference in their abilities, this is not even a handicap. Therefore, it will end once they fight. It is his one and only objective will be accomplished here. That is right. He has been waiting for this moment. He has endured the endless repetition, hoping for this chance. He could only wait for a miracle that would not usually be able to occur, with a possibility close to zero. And his wish is granted. No, it is about to be granted. He does not care about what awaits him afterwards. He will kill his own self with his own hands. That wish, which doesn't have enough of a future to be hope, is what kept him going after he wore out. He is an existence that disappears after each summoning to start with. His memory does not remain intact, whether he repeats the cycle 100 times or 1,000 times. It only stays in his body as knowledge. Heroic spirits know about other heroic spirits because they accumulated knowledge. It is just like a book. Every time they are summoned, the book with its history is sent to its home. They remain in the house and read the books that are sent. What is troubling is that the one at the house does not know when those books are sent. The past or future does not matter. All the books are already in this room. His only way of measuring time is to read the record of his cleansing, and he will that he will carry out. It makes no difference whether it's an eternity or an instant. An eternity is an instant, and an instant is an eternity. Therefore, he does not know how rare this miracle is. He does not know whether it was the first time or 1,000th time, and he was summoned. He was summoned since he gained this hope. All he has is unordered knowledge. The future, past, and present are all things that heroic spirits don't have. The Knight in Red suddenly gets up. Did his ears hear an intruder? Footsteps echo through the castle. That should be silent.
へえ、驚きだね、遠坂。半信半疑だったけど、本当にこんなところにいたんだ。
Can we please just kill him? The voice echoes. The boy who entered rudely is Shinji Mato.
おっと、物騒な真似はなしだぜ、アーチャー。こっちはお前に用はないんだ。お前だって遠坂に用はないんだろ。ならここで殺し合うことはないんじゃない？
Shinji Mato walks over with light steps. He's looking at Rin, who is tied to a chair. The girl doesn't say anything and stares at the intruder while being tied up. That must make him pleased. Shinji Mato licks his lips in satisfaction and walks to the girl. Shinji Mato glances in annoyance at the knight, who is staring down at him in silence.
何？やるっていうの？本気かよ。お前なんて相手になるわけないじゃんか。
Shinji Mato smiles and returns to the entrance. There stands the golden-haired boy, the 8th servant, Gilgamesh. He himself is a disaster. The golden servant looks at the knight with cool eyes, but within them, the red eyes distort from his smile, only to have the intention of murder the enemy in front of him. The knight in red is still silent. It makes no difference whether Shinji Mato appears or the strongest servant is in front of him is ready to attack him. The knight calmly stares at the uninvited enemies.
ブルってるんだろ、アーチャー。いいんだぜ。別に恥じゃない。あいつはバーサーカーだって難なく始末したサーバントなんだからさ。お前がおじけつくのも当然。
リンが欲しいのか、マトシンジ。
え？ああ、当然じゃないか。そうでもなけりゃ、こんな城には近寄らないよ。
Again, can we just kill him? We have an excuse.
そうか。ならばことが済むまで待て。エミやシロを始末した後ならばくれてやる。それまであれは私のものだ。それが聞きのとあれば仕方がない。不本意だがここで死ぬことになるぞ、ギルガメッシュ。
The knight in red declares, still staring at the golden servant.
愉快だな、道化。
Was that statement itself good enough reason for the man to kill Archer? The golden servant identified as the knight in red in front of him as a target he must kill.
待てギルガメッシュ、早まるなよ。ことはスマートに行こう。いいじゃん、くれるってんだからもらっておこう。どうせアーチャーはマスターがいないんだ。何度も裏切ったこいつと契約するマスターなんていないんだしさ。ほっとけば消えるんだろ。遠坂はその後でもらえばいい。
Shinji Mato stares at the red knight, still smiling. His eyes look as if he's enjoying the fate of one who is about to disappear soon.
賢明だな、マトシンジ。その判断は的確だ。君はある意味誰よりもマスターにふさわしい。
Shut your mouth!
なんだ、あんた見どころあるじゃん。もったいない。それなら僕のところに来てれば契約してやったのに。
This little shit? A suitable master? Really? Stepping away from the knight in red, Shinji Mato clamps his hand happily.
けど悪いね。もう他のサーバントなんていらないんだ。残念だけどさ。おとなしく消えちゃってよ、あんた。
Oh, so sad. So sad. I am heartbroken.
言われるまでもない。それで結局どうするのだ。ここで私と戦うか。
ああ、待ってやるよ。エミヤを始末するまで遠坂は僕たちが守ってやろうじゃないか。けどそうだな。となるとあれはもう僕のだろう。なら何をしても構わないと思わない？
He looks at the knight. He looks at the knight in red and Rin Tosaka with snake-like eyes. Those words test the loyalty of the knight in red. To that,
傷をつけるなというのがエミヤシロとの契約だが、それは夜明けとともに消える。刻限が来たのなら、あとは好きにするがいい。
the knight in red answers in an emotionless voice.
聞いたかよ、遠坂。お前のサーバント、マスターを売っ払うってさ。
I loathe you. Sneering laughter echoed through the dingy room. The Red Knight leaves the room as if he has no interest. He passes by Gilgamesh. He goes into the hallway, ignoring the red eyes that look at him, amused. At that moment...
フェイカ
No, 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 no. That's an entirely different class of servants. The King of Heroes says, mocking him. Dawn approaches. Our conversation dies off as we head deeper into the woods, and silence weighs heavily. Once I'm through the forest, I, Shiro Miya, will settle the score with that man. I have no chance of victory. My defeat is certain. I'm well aware that I'll be slaughtered as soon as we cross swords. I don't feel fear, but I do not... I don't feel fear, but not out of defiance or determination. I might die, but he's long dead. The moment I realized this, I knew that I was no different. There's no longer any point in feeling gloomy about my own death. I pass the castle gate. Saber's expression is dark. She knows what sort of fight awaits me. She's troubled by me and by him. No matter who lives or falls, the same man will disappear. She's in anguish, unsure whether she should put a stop to this absurd duel. She glances skyward. Her eyes look severe, or perhaps angry at such a vain battle. That such a vain battle must be fought. We come to a great ruined hall. Morning mist shrouds the ground. Morning mist shrouds the ground to be our mutual resting place.
来たか。随分と遅い到着だな、エミヤシロ。
His icy voice rings through the air. Its similar baritone comes from the second story. The man stands there atop crumbling stairs and that culminate in a sunlit plateau. His crimson cloak seems distant and hazy, but I can see him. I can make out every exact detail of my enemy. We stare at the same eagle. We share the same eagle eyes, after all. He is the servant assigned in the role of archer. He's a bowman, yet not a bowman, a contradictory person who possesses a vast number of noble phantasms and hurls them out unsparingly. All of his noble phantasms are replicas, and his personal noble phantasm is the ability to create infinite swords. I was the only one who failed to realize his identity. Heroic spirits are summoned from all eras. If the past doesn't contain an appropriate hero, then then one might be born in the
よ
future.
うやく気づいた。あのペンダントが2つあるはずがない。あれはもともと。
そうだ。あれは命を救われたお前が生涯持ち続けたもの。この世に2つとない遠坂凛の父の形見だ。
It's a paradox for two of them to exist. If Shiro Miya held on to the pendant for the rest of his life, then
英霊の召喚には必ず触媒が必要となる。お前がセイバーを召喚したように、召喚者と英霊にはつながりがなくてはならない。遠坂凛には英霊を呼び出すための触媒がなかった。故に彼女は呼び出したサーバントに何の縁もないと思い込んだ。だが偶然で呼び出される英霊などいない。召喚者と英霊には必ず物質的な縁が必要となる。
if that's true, then there's only one explanation. Tosaka didn't have anything to connect herself to Archer, but
そう。召喚者ではなく、呼び出された英霊そのものが召喚者に縁のあるものを持っていた場合のみだ。
that tiny gem, of which there is only one in the world. Someone saved my life and never found, I never found out who. But I kept the pendant with me, assuming it must belong to my savior. That's the answer. He has Tosaka's pendant, which makes him the heroic spirit of Miya, my future self. The man standing before me the man standing before me perfected Shiro Miya's incomplete abilities and achieved his ideals. Man, I'm tanned. The red-clad knight looks down at me from atop the stairs. And yeah, Miya. Heroic version of Shiro Miya, created by a miracle. A hard as nails heroic spirit that can manifest any weapon and master the reality marble without penalty. Everything else about him is unknown. There's no sign of anyone else around. Only he and I stand here in this hole.
遠坂はどうした？
あの小娘なら城のどこかに置いてきたが、気に病むのなら急げ。お前が来るのが遅いのでな、先に来た的を信じにくれてやったところだ。
だと。
お前との約束は守っている。俺は手出しはせん。他の人間が彼女に何をしようが、俺には関わりのないことだ。まあ、結果は見えているがな。的真司は遠坂凛に情欲と敵がいを抱いている。あれに凛を預ければどうなるかは考えるまでもない。凛に挑発された小僧は我慢できずに口火を切り、今頃は妙なことになっているかもしれんぞ。
One, ew. First, ew. Second, ew. Last, ew! My blood boils. How can he talk about her like that?
ああ、焦るな、坊主。あのお嬢ちゃんなら俺に任せろ。何？すぐに助け出してやる。
ランサ
マスターからの命令だな。元から俺はあのお嬢ちゃんを死なせないために協力したわけだ。いや、 これが思いのほか居心地よくてな。昨日のは悪くなかった。自分の仕事を気に入れるっていうのは俺にとっては珍しい。
With that flippant remark, Lancer ignores Archer and heads for the western terrace.
気にするな。これはあくまで俺の趣味だ。ま、今までいけすかねえ命令ばっかりだったからな。この命令は最後まで守り抜く。そっちはそっちで自分の面倒だけ見てやがれ。
ああ、遠坂を頼む。
Lancer departs with an eye. But then, he stops and turns as if remembering something.
おい、何してんだセイバー。お前も来るんだよ。
Saber looks pained.
いいえ、私はここに残ります、ランサー。
Her response isn't what you'd expect from a servant.
本気か？今のマスターはお嬢ちゃんだろう。サーバントが守るべきはマスターだけのはずだが。
分かっています。ですが、それでも私はここに残りたい。私は。
そうかよ。なら好きにしな。
分かっています。ですが、それでも私はここに残りたい。私はこの戦いを見守らなければ。
Lancer disappears. The blue-clad spearman easily leaps up to the second-story terrace and disappears down the hallway without another glance. Archer doesn't make any move to stop him. Kurosaka seems to have outlived her usefulness to him. I step forward through the rubble. I headed for the middle of the hall, at the bottom of the stairs. Saber stays where she is. She intends to watch us fight and keep her emotions in check.
手出しはしないか。それはありがたい。ここまで来てセイバーに邪魔をされるようでは、リンと契約を切った意味がないからな。
I can hear her hesitate. She inhales slightly and answers as the man standing at the top of the stairs.
ええ、私は手出しをしません。何があろうと、あなたとシロの戦いの邪魔はしない。
それは結構。ならば安心して、小僧を始末できるというものだ。
はい。ですが、その代わりに一つだけ答えてほしい。アーチャー。なぜあなたはシロを殺そうというのです？
なぜも何もないだろう。そいつが俺を認められないように、俺もそいつを認められないだけだよ。
そんなはずはない。あなたはシロだ。エミやシロという人物の理想、英雄となった姿があなたではないのですか？なら。
なぜそう思う？未熟だった頃のエミやシロと、エミヤと呼ばれる英雄となった俺は別の存在だ。そうでなければ同時に存在などできないが。
そんなはずはない。あなたはシローだ。エミやシローという人物の理想、英雄となった姿があなたではないのですか？ならどうしてこんな自分を殺すような真似をするのです？それはあなたがサーバントになったからでしょ。時間軸にとらわれない守護者になったのなら、自身が生きた時代に呼ばれることもあると聞きます。あなたはシローだ。シローがずっと思い描いて、その努力が叶った姿があなたのはずだ。なのに、どうして？
Why did you turn out so differently? I can hear her anguish question, even if she doesn't say the words aloud. He starts down the stairs without answering. He can't answer. If he could, then he wouldn't be here trying to settle things by force. Saber challenges him without actually stepping forward. With one hand, I gesture for her to move back to the entrance.
ですが、シロー。
気持ちは嬉しい。けど、話しても無駄だ。あいつは初めから 俺を殺すことだけが目的だったんだから。
Saber bites her lip in distress. She looks at me, then at Archer as he descends the stairs to the hall.
なぜなのです、アーチャー。私にはわからない。守護者とは死後、英霊となって人間を守るものと聞いた。その英霊がなぜ自分自身を殺そうなどと考えるのか。
守護者だ。
Archer stops and looks down at Saber emotionlessly. The words seem to have struck a nerve with him.
違うよ、セイバー。守護者は人間を守るものではない。あれはただの掃除屋だ。俺が望んでいた英雄などでは断じてない。
His voice changes. Hatred and scorn and tinges his dispassionate
ア
tone.
ーチャー。
俺は確かに英雄になった。エミヤシロという男が望んでいたように正義の味方になったんだ。
A hero of justice. Someone who always does the right thing and doesn't let anyone get hurt. The kind of person Shiro Amiya has always wanted to be, who doesn't retreat from any disaster and saves everyone equally. Is he saying that he achieved that ideal?
アーチャー。
ああ、確かにいくらかの人間を救ってきたさ。自分にできる範囲で多くの理想を叶えてきたし、世界の危機とやらを救ったこともあったよ。英雄と遠い昔から憧れていた地位にさえついにはたどり着いたこともある。
英雄にたどり着いた。ならシロは報われたのですね。少なくともここにいるあなたはエミやシロの理想を叶えられたのでしょう。ならあなたには悔いなどないはずだ。シロはちゃんとその理想を叶えたのだから。
Her verbal challenge doesn't have much force behind it. She already knows. She's aware that her words are merely wishful thinking.
理想を叶えたか。確かに俺は理想通りの正義の味方とやらになったさ。だがその果てに得たものは後悔だけだった。残ったものは死だけだったからな。殺して殺して殺し尽くした。己の理想を貫くために多くの人間を殺して、無関係な人間の命などどうでもよくなるくらい殺して、殺した人間の数千倍の人々を救ったよ。
Saber stares up at Archer in shock, almost as if he's looking into a mirror.
そう。そんなことを何度繰り返したかわからないんだ。セイバー、俺は求められれば何度でも戦ったし、争いがあると知れば死をとして戦った。何度も何度も、思い出せないほど何度もだ。だって仕方がないだろう。何を救おうと救われない人間というものは出てきてしまう。何度戦いを終わらせようと新しい戦いは生み出される。そんなものがある限り正義の味方っていうのはあり続けるしかないんだから。
I wonder who this lecture is directed at. The knight describes his past as he slowly descends the stairs.
だから殺したよ。一人を救うために何十という人間の願いを踏みにじってきた。踏みにじった相手を救うためにより多くの人間をないがしろにした。何十という人間の救いを殺して、目に見えるものだけの救いを生かして、より多くの願いを殺してきた。今度こそ終わりだと、今度こそ誰も悲しまないだろうと、つまらない意地を張り続けた。だが終わることなどなかった。生きている限り争いはどこに行っても目についた。キリがなかった。何も争いのない世界なんてものを夢見ていたわけじゃない。 ただ俺はせめて自分が知り得る限りの世界では誰にも涙してほしくなかっただけなのにな。
Without a doubt. That was my very own dream.
一人を救えばそこから視野は広がってしまうんだ。一人の次は10人、10人の次は100人、100人の次はさて何人だったか。そこでようやく悟ったよ。
それはなぜ？
分かりきったことを聞くな、セイバー。君ならば何度も経験したことだろう。全ての人間を救うことはできない。国を救うためにほんの少しの人間を見殺しにするなんていうのは日常茶飯事だっただろう。
The Red Knight's words stunned Saber into silence, sapping her of the will to disagree. They must reflect Saber's inner darkness too.
席は限られている。幸福という椅子は常に全体の数より少なめでしか用意されない。その場にいる全員を救うことなどできないから結局誰かが犠牲になる。それを被害を最小限に抑えるためにいずれこぼれる人間を速やかに1秒でも早くこの手で切り落とした。それが英雄とその男が理想と信じる正義の味方の取るべき行動だ。
A wish for no one to be sad. An ideal to save as many people as possible. If someone holds both of these ideas, then there's only one path to take once they contradict each other. Yep, we're back to the right text. I was wondering when that was going to happen. A hero of justice can only save people he's decided to save. If trying to save everyone means saving nobody, then saving as many people as you can with the minimum sacrifice is the right choice.
多くの人間を救うというのが正義の味方だろ。だから殺した。誰も死なさないようにと願ったまま大勢のために一人には死んでもらった。誰も悲しまないようにと口にしてその陰で何人かの人間には絶望を抱かせた。そのうちそれにも慣れてきてね。理想を守るために理想に反し続けた。自分が助けようとした人間しか救わず敵対した者は速やかに皆殺しにした。犠牲になる誰かを容認することでかつての理想を守り続けた。それがこの俺英雄エミヤの正体だ。そらそんな男は今のうちに死んだ方が世のためと思わないか？
He's right. A superhero can only save the people he's decided to save. However, who ended up betraying those words in the end?
それは嘘です。たとえそうなったとしても、あなたならばその誰かを自分にして理想を追い続けたのではないですか？
Archer stops again. For just an instant, a pained frown clouds his face.
あなたは理想に反したのではない。守ったはずの理想に裏切られ、道を見失っただけではないのですか？そうでなければ、こんな自分を殺すことで罪を償おうなどとは思わない。
His sardonic grin disappears. Archer fixes Saber with a cold glare and breaks into an uproarious laughter, as if she just said something hilarious.
いや、これは傑作だ。俺が自分の罪を償う。 バカなことを言うなよセイバー。償うべき罪などないし、他の誰にもそんな無責任なものを押し付けた覚えはない。
The Red Knight remains deadly calm. Only his low chuckle reverberates through the hole.
ああ、そうだったよセイバー。確かに俺は何度も裏切られ欺かれた。救ったはずの男に罪をかぶせられたこともある。死ぬ思いで争いを収めてみれば、争いの張本人だと押し付けられて、最後には公主代だ。そら、俺に罪があるというのなら、その時点で償っているだろう。
嘘だアーチャー。あなたの最後は。
まあそういうことだ。だがそんなことはどうでもよかった。初めから干渉してほしかったわけじゃない。英雄などともてはやされる気もなかった。俺はただ誰もが幸福だという結果だけが欲しかっただけだ。だがそれが叶えられたことはない。
No one ever appreciated the parties I threw for them.
生前もその死後。
His laughter is gone. Now his words are tinged with only with hatred.
守護者とは霊長の存命のみを優先する無職の力だ。力は高きところにありて、人の世が滅亡する可能性が生じれば世に下る。それがただの奴隷であることは知っていた。死後、己が存在を守護者に預けた者は輪廻の枠から外れ、無と同意になるのだと。それでも誰かを救えるのならそれでいい。かつてのエミやシロはその誓いを守れなかった。なら守護者となって人間の滅亡とやらを食い止める一端になるのならそれでいいと思ったんだ。
Unfortunately, I failed to read the fine print.
だが実際は違う。守護者は人など救わない。守護者がすることはただの掃除だ。すでに起きてしまったこと、作られてしまった人間の業をその力で無にするだけの存在だった。それは人を救うのではなく、世界に害を与えるであろう人々を善悪の区別なくなくすだけ。絶望に嘆く人々を救うのではなく、絶望と無関係に生を謳歌する部外者を救うために、絶望する人々を排除するだけの殺戮者。馬鹿げた話だ。それが今までの俺と何が違う。
It's not different at all. In fact, it only created more despair. He couldn't make his dream come true on his own, so he devoted himself to a greater power, and he still ended up in the same place. He thought that a higher power might be able to grant his wish, but it was just a larger version of what he'd already been doing.
じゃあ、あなたはずっとそんなことを。
それも慣れたよ。人間は繰り返す。どんな時代でも強者が弱者を奪い尽くすのだ。そしてそれが最も効率のいい繁栄だと思い知らされた。ああ、何度も見てきた。意味のない殺戮も、意味のない平等も、意味のない幸福も、俺自身が拒んでも見せられた。守護者となった俺にはもはや自分の意志などない。ただ人間の意志によって呼び出され、人間が作ってしまった罪の後始末をさせられるだけだったからな。
That's the conclusion he arrived at. An existence that erases the despair other humans make. Guardians don't save anyone, they just erase the existence of people who aren't saved. Over and over. Whenever they see humans do something that causes their own destruction, they show up and burn it all. The man became a hero, thinking he could save as many people as possible. But in the end, that wish never came true.
そうだ。それは違う。俺が望んだものはそんなことではなかった。俺はそんなもののために勝者になどなったのではない。
The rage in his voice is probably directed at himself. The man that stands before us is a worn-down wreck. The hero Emiya was perpetually shown the ugliness of people he wanted to save. In the end, he felt hatred. Hatred as his past self for valuing the humans who just kept taking from each other.
俺は人間の後始末など真っ平だ。だが守護者となった以上、この輪から抜け出す術はない。そう。ただ一つの例外を除いて。
His cold eyes gleam with unshakable bloodlust. They aren't looking at Saber. Archer's sole objective is to erase himself. However, ever since he died, he can't erase the original Emiya that exists in a place outside of the time axis. It's impossible to erase someone who's become a guardian. Guardians are of the void. There's no point in killing someone who doesn't exist in this world's axis. However, if it were possible, there would only be one way. If he were to kill himself before he became a hero, then that hero would never be born. Therefore,
シロをここで殺すというのですか。他でもない。あなた自身の手によって。
そうだ。その機会だけを待ち続けた。果てしなくゼロに近い確率だ。
シロをここで殺すというのですか。他でもない。あなた自身の手によって。
だが、それにかけた。そう思わなければ自身を許容できなかった。ただその時だけを希望にして俺は守護者などというものを続けてきた。
それは無駄です、アーチャー。あなたはすでに守護者として存在しているのでしょう。ならもう遅い。今になって英雄となる前のエミやシロを消滅させたところであなた自身は消えはしない。
そうかもしれん。だが可能性のない話ではあるな。過去の改ざんだけでは通じないだろうが、それが自身の手によるものならば矛盾は大きくなる。歪みが大きければ、あるいはここでエミヤという英雄は消滅する。それになセイバー、俺はこの時だけを待って守護者を続けてきたのだ。今さら結果など求めていない。これはただの八つ当たりだ。くだらぬ理想の果てに道化となり果てるエミヤシロという小僧へのな。
And then the Red Knight steps into the same hall that I'm in. And he and I stand amid the rubble. No obstacles separate us, except the rubble. Our reasons for being here are simple. He wants to kill me, and I can't stand him, so I'm going to kick his ass. I step into the center of the hall. A few more steps, and then there will be no going back. Before that...
お前、後悔してるのか。
There's one question I needed to ask him.
無論だ。俺、いや、お前は正義の味方になどなるべきではなかった。
He spits the words out like venom. That's the last push I need.
そうか。それじゃあ、やっぱり俺たちは別人だ。
何？
俺は後悔なんてしないぞ。どんなことになったって後悔だけはしない。だから絶対に お前のことも認めない。お前が俺の理想だって言うなら、そんな間違った理想は、俺自身の手で叩き出す。
That's how I've lived. I've come this far believing that it was right. It's probably mostly pride, like he said. I've lost more than I've gained, but still, Shiromiya won't back down, even for what he's lost. I advance. A circuit in the back of my mind has already begun to sketch a blueprint.
その考えがそもそもの元凶なのだ。お前もいずれ、俺に追いつく時が来る。
来ない。そんなもん、絶対に来るもんか。
はあ。それはつまり、その前にここで俺に殺されるということか。
I step towards my enemy. We're close enough to cross swords now. Neither of us are armed. We're going to go at it barehanded. Shiromiya isn't a swordsman. We make swords, so...
分かっているようだな。俺と戦うということは、牽制を競い合うということだと。
His hands gripped up a pair of swords. That night, that simple pair of blades that took my breath away at Ryoto Temple, they were rare masterworks forged by a famous smith at the cost of his wife's life.
トレス。
I initiate my prepared blueprint and replicate the swords just by visualizing them. They're so flawed. My swords, which I thought were perfect, are terribly vague compared to his. My inferior imagination has produced a degraded delusion. Most likely, they'll shatter against his swords. I take another step forward. A deliberate first step. Rubble crumbles beneath my feet. The sound seems to declare the start of the duel.
俺の牽制についてこれるか。わずかでも精度を落とせば、それがお前の死に際になろう。
Our swords confront each other. An identical pair of weapons, 4 blades, overlap as if attracted by magnetic force and clash. Interlude 15-2. He easily tracks his target down. Lancer may seem as if he specialized in combat, but he's actually quite skilled at magecraft. He learned to master more than just guide Bolg in that arcane fortress called the Land of Shadows. He is a hero because he learned the 18 primordial runes. Of course, he rarely flaunts his magical skills because he prefers to fight with the spear rather than magecraft. There is a mage version of him in FGO. Today is one of those rare occasions. He drops something which had been running on the ground. A rock inscribed with the Berkano rune and returns to being a mundane pebble. Its task complete. A boy he hasn't seen before stands up in a panic. The shrill voice sounds familiar. Lancer retracts that thought and realizes who this is. He doesn't deserve Ryder, thank you very much. He breaks off. Rin Tosaka is behind the boy. She's tied to a chair. That's fine. She's being held captive, so that makes sense. But several details stand out. First, her chair is tipped over. Since Rin Tosaka is tied to the chair, she's on the ground too. There's sand in her long black hair and something red around her mouth. She probably cut her lip. It's slight, but one can make out bruising on her lips.
お前ランサーか。なんだよ、誰に断ってここに来たんだ。話が違うぞ。お前は
Yes, thank you! Fuck you, Shinji! A casual fist plants itself in Shinji Mato's cheek. Lancer's trivial backhand sends the boy crashing into a wall.
ああ、悪いなガキ。口より先に手が出ちまった。
Oh, by all means, keep going. He looks unconscious, but not dead. Granted, if Rin Tosaka's fate is being a little paler and her clothes a little more disheveled, it wouldn't have ended with just a knockout. He would have paid a heavy price. To be clear, Lancer doesn't care about the treatment of prisoners, but he doesn't like it when someone else steals his prey. Of course, enemies he kills and women and he's fond of both count as his prey. Yep. Rin Tosaka wonders aloud from her bound position. Her voice sounds sleepy, as if she was unconscious.
朝だぜ。起きろぐうたら。
Wakey, wakey! Lancer approaches her with an out-of-place greeting.
なんでここアインツベルンの城よ。
承知している。ああ、いいから動くな。今その手枷を切ってやる。その後は好きにしろ。広間に行ってバカどもの喧嘩を止めるなり、裏口から帰るのも自由だ。
His crimson spear materializes in a whirl of air.
それは助かるけど。ランサー、後ろ。
Lancer, Rin's warning makes him turn. Someone he didn't expect stands there. In the corner of the room, with firm footsteps, a man walks past where Shinji Mato pancaked into the wall.
そこまでだランサー。協力しろとは言ったが、深入りしろとは言わなかったぞ。
Yep, this asshole's still here. Kirei Kotomine, who they thought Castor killed. Rin yelps in surprise. Lancer glares suspiciously at the priest.
いつから終始買いしやがったんだお前。俺のマスターは表には出てこないのが心情だったんじゃなかったな。
変えるような終始などない。そういうお前こそ命令違反だぞランサー。アーチャーの始末を命じたはずだが、潜んじたか。
あれは放っといても自滅する。その前にやり残した仕事を片付けに来たんだが、お前がここにいるということは、そこのガキはお前の差し金か。
人聞きが悪いな。彼とは協力関係。聖杯を手に入れるため、共に認め合った仲だが。
Shinji Mato groans underneath the rubble. The priest doesn't even spare him a glance.
あんたがそう簡単にくたばるわけないと思ったけど、しぶとく生きてるばかりか。裏でこそこそ手を回してたのね。
Cause that's what he does.
悪趣味ここに極まるっていうか、人畜無害な神事を懐柔してどうしようっていうのよ、キレ。
なるほど。あれを人畜無害と取るか。この状況においてもお前は遠坂凛らしい。もう少し出来の悪い弟子ならば惜しむこともないのだが。
The priest chuckles. His expression is that of a priest blessing someone on their deathbed. A chill runs down Rin's back. She realizes what her fate is. The priest looked down at his apprentice of 10 years with a saintly smile.
待てよ、琴峰。その女をどうするつもりだ。教え子を助けたいと言ったお前の言葉は嘘だったのか。
Lancer stands between his master and the girl, glaring.
嘘なものか。彼女はここまで育てた大切な駒だ。 10年にわたり欺き続けたのだから、そう簡単にリタイアされてはつまらん。
Ew.
故にお前に彼女の警護を任せたのだ。わずか2日ばかりの延命だったが、親心としては十分すぎるのではないかな。
The priest walks past Lancer to look at the girl sprawled on the floor. Rin glares up at her former mentor.
SS 神父、あんたならやりかねないと思ったけど、本当にマスターだったなんてね。監督役のくせにゲームに参加するなんて、反則もいいところじゃない。
その割には落ち着いているな、リン。やはり気づいてはいたのか。
当然でしょ。自分のサーバントを見せなかったのもあんたを疑ってたからだもの。けどね、まさか初めっから騙されてるとは思わなかったわ。
初めから。
The priest frowns. It seems that he wasn't expecting her to say that.
文句あるっていうのキレ。
いや、初めからというが、それはどのあたりを指しているのかと思ってな。
His lips twist into a sneer. The priest gazes down with a look of true elation.
キレ、あんた。
それは今回の聖杯戦争が始まってからか。それともお前が言う初めからとは、前回の聖杯戦争を言っているのかね。
Then everything falls into place. Rin's face grows pale and she stares up at the man who mentored her for 10 years, mentored her for 10 years, with an incredulous look.
そう。殺したのはあんただったんだ。
当然だろう。恩師であったからな。騙し討ちはたやすかった。
There's a grinding noise. The girl is staring at the ground, gritting her teeth in anguish.
行き場に迷えクソ神父。断言してやるけど、あんたに居場所なんてないんだからね。地獄だってあんたみたいなのは願い下げで、煉獄だって他の連中がずぶとくなるってんでたらい回しよ。あんたみたいな生き損ないはね、性に合わない天国あたりで針のむしろにくるまってろっての。
In a rage, she hurls abuse after abuse at him. I think this is a reference to into like one of the Buddha's punishments in hell or something. You're sent to fight. You're sent to fight, but get constantly shot by arrows. Of course, the priest is unbothered by such trifles. Someone else is taken aback by the girl's sudden fit, however. Shinji has never imagined that Rin could bear such emotion, even in his dreams.
遠坂は僕がもらったんだって知ってるだろう。あいつに用があるのは僕だけだ。あんたはただ教会でこっちの守備を待ってればいいんだよ。
いや、用ならばある。彼女にはここで聖杯になってもらわねばならないからな。
What? Shinji doesn't understand what the priest is saying. Only the priest and the girl he intends to sacrifice do.
アーチャーとセーバーが消えればいい加減頃合いだ。いらぬ抵抗され、鮮度を落とされても困る。ことは迅速に済ませてしまおう。
The priest steps away from the girl. Only Lancer is in front of Rin now, armed with his spear.
そのゴミを始末しろ、ランス。器に心臓はいらん。
Only Shinji reacts to those words. Rin just glares at the priest, gnashing her teeth. The priest's smile already told her that she is going to die here. She knows that no help is coming, and that no one would hear her even if she begged for help. So she absolutely refuses to snivel. It's the only form of resistance she can offer, and it represents her defiance. She won't give up until the very end. Help might still come at the last possible second, or a miracle might even occur. Something that destroys the entire room, leaving only her intact. She won't give up, but she knows what it is and isn't possible. That's why she isn't very scared. There's just one thing she's worried about. It's awkward to imagine what fate he'll make when he comes to save her after she's dead. She doesn't want to make him cry. It pisses her off that she'll make him cry, and she doesn't know how to apologize for it. Of course, she can't apologize if she's dead, but she still doesn't want him to cry. So she apologizes now, while she still can. It doesn't matter, but it at least makes her feel more at ease. The priest has no mercy. However, Lancer answers Rin's enemy in defiance. The priest narrows his eyes. Master and servant glare daggers at each other, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. The priest lifts his left arm. He activates the command spell inscribed on it. What? Lancer coughs blood, but the red droplets that dribble from his mouth pale in comparison to the torrent of blood gushing from his chest. His murmur can't even be heard. Lancer has stabbed himself through the chest with his own spear, completely destroying his heart. The azure-armored spearman collapses to the floor. Pulling Scarlet seeps into the floor. Lancer shows no sign of getting up. He has fallen by his own spear on his master's orders. The priest moves. He approaches Rin with easygoing steps and takes a knee next to her. He approaches with a hand to the bound girl's chest, as if to pluck her heart out. If you seriously believe that, you are very stupid. The priest glances at Shinji without answering. Shinji whines, his back to Lancer's corpse. But his protests die off. The boy cowers away from the priest's severe gaze. The priest looks back at the girl. Yeah, fuck you, and fuck Shinji. A simple concession. Rin answers him in their usual tone. Yeah, oh, don't word it like that. He doesn't hesitate. The priest roughly shoves his hand into the girl's chest, over where her heart would be. She closes her eyes. There's a stabbing sound. A heart is pierced and blood spills out. The stone room becomes a tomb for yet another dead body. Rin is the one who gasps. The floor is drenched in blood. The dripping comes from somewhere high up. From the floor, Rin looks up to see what is coming from the priest's chest. Blood rises from his esophagus. The hole in his chest is obviously a fatal wound. And the thing stabbing him from behind is none other than the cursed spear, known and especially for piercing. Fuck yeah, Lancer! The priest feels no emotion. He simply looks at the Lancer behind him, blood running from his mouth. Should have made sure he was gone, bitch! Lancer's sardonic tone clearly sounds like a bluff. There isn't a hint of vitality in it. Without a heart, his body is already starting to fade. He pulls his spear out of Kotamine, who collapses lifelessly into the ground. Trained in the arcane and blessed by the divine, by the divine, and he might have been, he was still only human. There's no surviving a threat to the heart from Lancer's cursed spear. Lancer leans his crumbling body against the wall, but it buys him a little time. After collapsing once, he's bound to disappear for good. He's lost his heart and his master. The only reason his body is somehow still holding together is because of his legendary tenacity. I hate you so much. Shinji's crackling brings Rin back to her senses after watching the priest die. Shinji kicks the priest's body. Like you even did anything! It doesn't move at all. Pleased with himself, the boy kicks the priest's face as hard as he can, making a dry crunching noise. The sound and sensation delight Shinji more than he expected. Shinji snickers. Having lost all reservations, he closes in on Rin eagerly. Ew! Shinji scrambles forward on all fours like a lizard looming over Rin. Ew!
呆れた。本当にバカじゃないのあんた。
Tied up and on the ground, Rin scoffs like she's talking to a child.
なんだって。
まだ懲りないのかって言ってるのよ、シンジ。あんたは綺麗にいいように使われてただけでしょ。いい？あのサーバントは扱いきれるものじゃない。そんなこと近くにいるんだからあんただって分かってるでしょ。ならいい加減目を覚まして、こんな殺し合いから手を引けっていうの。今ならまだ間に合うのはそっちの方よ。死にたくなかったら1秒でも早くここから逃げ出しなさい。
何を言い出すかと思えば結局は命乞いじゃんか。バカはお前だよ、遠坂。目障りな琴峰は死んだんだぜ。今さら何が僕の邪魔をするって言うんだ。
Bitch, did it sound like she was begging? Shinji reaches for Rin's body, but the second he does,
おい
he goes flying for a second time. Shinji slams into the wall
何
again.
がそいつはてめえなんかが触れていい女じゃね
Lancer glances at Shinji and lazily walks over to Rin.
何、死に損ないの分際で僕に意見しようっていうの。
The spearman stops. He turns and faces Shinji.
おとなしく寝ていれば苦しまずに死ねたってのにな。さっきといい今度といい、お前楽には殺さないからな。ほら出番だぜギルガメッシュ。こいつカッコつけて死にたいんだってさ。
Shinji raises his voice. He calls for his servant, the mightiest slayer of heroes.
おい、なんだよ、何やってんだよあいつ。聞こえないのか。早く来いって言ってるだろ。
His voice rings out. The golden servant does not appear. The bloody blue spear and takes a step towards Shinji.
くそくそくそくそくそ。なんだよお前、死に損ないのくせに何かっこつけてんだよ。消えろよ。目障りだってわかんないのかよこの化け物。
A strike whips out. A single precise strike, like a flash of light, stabs Shinji right in the shoulder. Shoulder. His scream fills the room. Cry about it. Lancer withdraws his spear, looking bored. He puts his face in front of Shinji's.
死に損ないでもな。お前程度なら1000人殺したところで支障はない。
I completely forgot about this. Lancer the fucking goat. Hugging the wall and carrying away from the spear pointed at him, Shinji leaves the room in a mad scramble.
無駄な体力使わせやがって。
With a heavy sigh, Lancer walks over to Rin. The wind-cutting spear severs her bindings like tissue paper.
助かったわ、ランサー。
Rin thanks him for her freedom. She bows to Lancer, ignoring the filth around them.
ま、成り行きだからな。礼を言われる筋じゃね
Suddenly, he collapses limply.
ランサー。
Rin can't catch him in time. Lancer is too weak to even lean against the wall now, and he slumps to the ground. His legs won't move. His limbs were already long dead. It seems nonsensical that he managed to stand up, kill his master, and set Rin free. A sudden cough of blood stains his blue armor further.
待ってて、すぐに傷を塞ぐから。
Rin rushes over to the bloody spearman, but he stops her with a hand.
だだ。俺のゲイボルクで破壊された心臓は簡単には治らん。大体な、そんな余分なマルカ残ってねえだろお前。
けどそれじゃ。
まあ気にするな。こういうのには慣れてる。英雄ってのはな、いつだって理不尽な命令で死ぬものなんだからよ。
His easygoing tone is the same as it always is. Even seconds away from death, the spearman doesn't change the way he acts. Rin stands up wordlessly. Seeing that, Lancer breathes a sigh of relief, as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders.
お互いつまんねえ相棒を引いちまったな。
そうね。けど私のはつまんないっていうより扱いづらいだけだったかな。
違いない。お前のような女が相棒だったら言うことはなかったんだが、あいにく昔からいい女とは縁がなくてな。
More on that in FGO.
まったくこればっかりは何度繰り返しても治らねえみてえだ。
He chuckles dryly, and then
さあ早く行け。こいつは俺が連れて行く。お前はお前の相棒のところに戻らないと。
the spearman urges the girl to leave. He prepares Ansuz, the fire rune in his hand. As soon as he inscribes it on the ground and charges it with all his remaining magical energy, it burns the entire room to cinders. Rin understands his determination and turns to leave.
短い間だったけど、私もあなたみたいな人は好きよ。
Salute for the goat. She runs off to the great hall.
小娘がもうちょっと年取って出直してこい。
A hearty guffaw escapes his lips. Flames engulf him. The flames consume Lancer and his master's body. Not a trace is left behind. Like a mirage, as the crimson spear and azure armor disappear into the flames. Interlude out. Okay, I'm going to take a quick bio break before we resume. Oh. I want to make sure it doesn't crash. Give me a sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. I also took the opportunity to refill my water. Identical swords clash. Shiromiya and the man's attacks are completely equal. Yet each time they clash, my blade is break and I'm wounded badly. I'm cut deeply by attacks I should have intercepted. His concho shatters my concho. It cuts me open and in a sidelong slash. I desperately try to avoid the strike, but I can't. The wound isn't fatal, but it lacerates my muscle and will probably become a critical injury. I bite back the pain and try to knock the enemy as Bakuya out of his right hand. He shatters my weapon and blocks me there too. Our swords and skill should be the same, but I'm facing an insurmountable wall.
お前の感想と俺の感想が同等とでも思ったか。お前はまだまだ基本骨子の想定が甘い。いかにイメージ通りの外見材質を保とうが、構造に利がなければ崩れるのは当然だ。イメージといえど筋が通ってなければ瓦解する。
Simultaneously, he unleashes his attacks to cut open my flank and my forehead. I immediately project a pair of swords to parry with. I have a headache so bad that it nearly blinds me. It isn't from the burden of the projection. It's that headache from before. The hunch I had when I was looking for Tosaka. The fever I get every time I face him. This time is my greatest burden yet. This time is the greatest burden yet, and it's driving my body crazy. I fend off slash after slash. I tend to cut him down in return. And each time, my headache burns my eyes. Is it the contradiction of Shiro Miya and the heroic spirit of Miya existing at the same time? Since the moment we recognized each other, my body has felt off every time we made contact. I traced his swordsmanship and even acquired his replication skills. It makes sense that I picked it up quickly. After all, his skills are the most optimal combat techniques for Shiro Miya, honed over years of experience. How could I not take to them quickly? In trying to catch up to him, I learned things about my future self that I shouldn't have. My eyes go numb. Each swing of the sword, each shower of sparks creates flashes of light, robbing me of my vision. My skills can't keep up, and each attack dyes my vision red. I wouldn't mind if that's all that this was. My body is already torn to shreds. A headache is nothing compared to the feeling of having my stomach torn open and with a branding iron. The problem is, the headache won't stop as long as there's something else to draw out from him.
都合5本目だな。投影による複製ではそろそろ限界か。お前の魔力量はよくわかっている。そのざまでは残り3本。わざわざあれを見せてやったというのに、未だそんな勘違いをしているとはな。
I hear a hint of disappointment in his taunts. The wrong idea? As if that matters right now. More importantly, I need to do something about this headache. It's coming from you.
至ったところで不可能ではあるか。今のエミやシローが生成できる魔力では足りない。そう。どちらにせよ。
My headache worsens. He brandishes his swords as if to settle this once and for all.
様に賞賛など一部たりともなかったということだ。
And brings his swords down on my head in a crisscross slash. I raise my sword to defend, and they shatter. My body goes numb like it's been pounded with a sledgehammer. And then the headache burns not just as my eyeballs, but my brain. It's flowing in. So, this. Right now. Is even scarier than the pain. There is memories. The reason he's changed so much. I'm seeing fragments of the events that Shiro and Miya will experience in the future. I don't know if they're right or wrong. I'm sure nobody can be the judge of that. Beautiful things were ugly, and ugly things were beautiful. Objectively, there was nothing repulsive about them. So what made him go astray? Sophistry? Misrepresentation? Treachery? Narcissism? Those make up most of what I saw. I am the bone of my sword. And yet, he didn't seem to mind. He swore oaths and had ideals to uphold. He didn't care what he lost. Even if others betrayed him, he believed that there would be a future as long as he didn't betray himself. If he never complained or even showed himself getting hurt. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Then to the people around him, he was no different from a machine. He was useful to have around, so they used him. They only saw him as a tool. But even a machine can have ideals to uphold, so he accepted being treated as a convenient tool. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. It wasn't something he could tell anyone else. The more he failed to save people and the more people he killed, the less he could profess his ideals. Eventually, his only option was to stick to them as resolutely as he could. The result? Shuramiya failed to uphold the ideals he dreamed of even once, and learned that he was a nuisance spouting foolish drivel. Have withstood pain to create weapons. Look, this is his fate. All right, I gotta take a food break. Give me a sec, guys. All right, I'm back. Hey, Apsu, welcome to the stream. How's your day? Okay, so it looks like I was gone for about 13 minutes. Not that it's going to matter really, because I intend to go until we finish Unlimited Blade Works. Look, this is where you'll end up. My heart breaks. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him, but my heart feels like it's going to break when I know this is the path that awaits me. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Everything you believe in, everything you believe in, everything you believed in, everything you believe in. After you were shown that it was all a lie and a fanciful dream, you still... We clash again. This time he comes straight for my heart, not with dual swords, but for some, some spike-like sword. I retreat to gain some distance. I'm holding a sword I replaced in the spur of the moment. I replicated in the spur of the moment. I fight against nausea. What did I just see? Forget it. Forget you saw anything. I just need to defeat him now. I can't afford to dwell on anything else.
前世の自分を考慮、憑依させることでかつての技術を習得する魔術があると聞くが、俺と打ち合うたびにお前の技術は鍛えられていくようだな。
Panting, I readied myself for his next strike.
となると、引き出したものは投影技術だけではあるまい。その顔、今にも吐きそうな最低の面構えからすると、お前も見たな。
He holds his breath. Don't make me say it. Don't make me remember. If you tell me what I saw,
ならば話は早い。それはすべて事実だ。エミヤしろ。
The red cloak flutters. In an instant, and he closes the gap and throws the spike at me. My weapon is destroyed in one blow. The sword I hastily projected for the first time can't hold up against his weapons. And yet, he throws aside his weapon, and while I'm unarmed, the next projection is Durandal, said to be the sword of conquerors. I skip 4 counts and instantly project a replica of his weapon. Of course, my imitation is broken and with 1 attack. I've fallen. I was pushed back and fell back onto the rubble. And then I'm surprised. Just that fall was enough to stain the rubble red. Huh. I just never noticed that my body is dead, both inside and outside.
そこまでだ。叶わないと知ってなおここに現れる愚かさ。生涯くだらぬ理想にとらわれ、自らの意志を持たなかったまがいもの。それが自身の正体だと理解したか。
His voice resounds. I'm covered in wounds. Each of them is deep enough to sink a finger into. I'm seriously screwed.
そんなものに生きている価値はない。何よりこの俺が確信しているのだ。エミやシロという男の人生に価値などない。ただ救いたいから救うなど、そもそも感情として間違えている。人間として故障したお前は、初めからあってはならない偽物だった。
I've almost no magical energy left. To make matters worse, my magic circuits are burning. They've been burning since yesterday's projection, actually. Something that was about to break is now completely broken, that's all. But my body protests that it can still fight. I've just been playing tough, pretending that my broken heart is whole. So, I need to stand up and beat him.
無駄なことを。俺はお前の理想だ。叶うはずなどないと、今ので理解できたはずだが。
I invest what remains of my consciousness into all my circuits. My nerves splinter and scream. Within myself, I weave together 8 counts without skipping a beat. I acquire his dual swords. Kancho Bikuya, a pair of master works forged by an ancient smith. I swing. I keep attacking over and over with all my remaining strength until I burn out. Dual swords need dual swords to intercept them. Archer switches weapons to Kancho and Bikuya, then defends against my combo without taking a single step back.
そうか。認めるわけにはいかないのは同意だな。俺がお前の理想である限り、エミやシロは誰よりも俺を否定しなければならない。
His calm words piss me off. He just keeps quipping at me while I can hardly even breathe. I attack desperately. He locks our swords together without parrying me. I'm being pushed back, weapons and all. There's a vast gap in our physical strength. I don't have a chance of winning again, winning a pushing match.
お前は本当に正義の味方になりたいと思っているのか?
For an instant, the sudden question makes my mind go blank.
今さら俺はなりたいんじゃなくて絶対になるんだよ
I put my muscle into it and glare right back at him. And he answers.
絶対にならなければならない。なぜならそれはエミやシローにとってただ一つの感情だからだ。逆らうことも否定することもできない感情。たとえそれが自身の内から現れたものでないとしても。
His heart-wrenching words stopped me in my tracks. What? It's a desire that didn't come from me. I deny it before I even consider what that means. I can't let him make me say it. I can't realize what he means. Deep down, I know that if I comprehend what he means, then Shiromiya's very foundation will crumble away.
その様子ではうすうす感づいてはいたようだな。いや、初めから気づいていて、それを必死に遠ざけていただけだったのか。今の俺では思い出すことさえできないが。
I clamp my lips shut. I don't want to know. I know that I shouldn't know. Still, I finally realize that I have to know. Shiromiya's paradox. The answer to what my mistake was, and what's wrong with me.
俺にはもはやお前の記憶などない。だが、それでもあの光景だけは覚えている。一面の炎と充満した死の匂い。絶望の中で助けを乞い、叶えられた時の感情。エミやキリツグという男の俺を助け出した時に見せた安堵の顔を。
I accepted my death and my heart was empty. Then someone saved me. My rescuer smiled at me with tears in his eyes. When I saw that, I thought that he looked so happy.
お前はただ一人助けられたことで、助けられなかった人々に後ろめたさを感じていたわけじゃない。ただ、エミやキリツグに憧れただけだ。あの男のお前を助けた顔があまりにも幸せそうだったから、自分もそうなりたいと思っただけ。
Right. Back then, I wasn't the one who was saved. I consider the thought that I'd been avoiding. If Kiritsugu caused that fire, then the guilt should have been unbearable. It was a tragedy without a single survivor. Kiritsugu must have searched for survivors like a man possessed. And then he found one when none were expected. He found a child that should have been beyond helping, who shouldn't even have been alive. What a miracle that must have felt like. But I understood that he saved me. I didn't know his circumstances. It was good enough for me that someone rescued me from that hell. Even if the emotion was directed at himself, his will to save me and the earnestness of wishing for someone to be saved were all genuine. And that was enough. It was enough for me that Kiritsugu saved me after I had become nothing. That's why.
子が親に憧れるのは当然だ。だが、お前はそれが行き過ぎた。エミやキリツグがなりたかったものに憧れるだけならよかった。だが、最後に奴はお前に呪いを残した。言うまでもないだろう。それがお前の全てだと言ってもいい。
じいさんの夢は俺が。
That was the answer. A man even emptier than me heard my innocent words, entrusting his wish to me in relief, and passed away. From that moment on, Shiromiya had no choice to become a hero, but to become a hero of justice. My own feelings didn't matter. All I needed to do was become the person I looked up to, for the sake of someone I looked up to when I was young. The wish for everyone to be happy was an impossible one, which came from Kiritsugu, not me.
気づいているのだろう、シロ。お前の理想はただの借り物だ。エミやキリツグという男がなりたかったもの、エミやキリツグが正しいと信じたものを真似ているだけに過ぎない。
それは
I grit my teeth and desperately try to bolster my breaking heart. And yet,
正義の味方だと笑わせるな。誰かのためになるとそう繰り返し続けたお前の思いは決して自ら生み出されたものではない。そんな男が他人の助けになるなどと思い上がりも甚だしい。
his blades cut through the air. His swings, filled with reproach, rained down on me with unprecedented aggression. As I watched the raging flurry of blows, I accepted that I'm going to die here, just like I did 10 years ago. Impact after impact pounds me down. One's beautiful swordsmanship has deteriorated in brute force. My left arm trembles after blocking the strikes. The shock of it has broken my fingers holding the sword. I scrounge up every bit of mental focus as I have left to create a concho and just barely deflect the other slash. He's got me. His first assault already pushed me to near death. I won't survive the next barrage of blows. Yet somehow, my heart is broken, but my body denies him with all its might. It screams that he's wrong. Like a part of me earnestly feels it's wrong to admit that he's right and let myself die here. I look up. My eyes aren't working. I don't see the enemy. They only replay his memories. Within them, there's an image of me huddled up like a turtle in its shell, trying desperately to survive. I hear more than the sounds of blades clashing. It's him. With each attack, he berates himself.
そうだ。誰かを助けたいという願いが綺麗だったから憧れた。
I take his sword strikes again and again. Bakuya is broken. Konsho is my last lifeline.
自身からこぼれ落ちた気持ちなどない。これを偽善と言わずなんという。
Konsho breaks. My life begins to peter out. My chest hurts. Shiro Emiya's heart is torn apart, not only by the waterfall of sword strikes, but by Archer's words.
この身は誰かのためにならなければならないと脅迫観念に突き動かされてきた。それが苦痛だと思うことも破綻していると気づく間もなく、ただ走り続けた。
Denial after denial. With each rejection, I lose my will to fight. My body already wants to retire, unable to take the physical shock. And yet, that very same body keeps denying him desperately.
所詮は偽物だ。そんな偽善では何も救えない。
Anything for some reason having two Ys?
いいな。もとより何を救うべきかも定まらない。
I'm sent flying. I sail through the air, not unlike during the encounter with Berserker. But I plant my feet. His blow threatened to send me tumbling into the rubble, but I stand my ground with all my might. My body knows. It's stubbornly refusing to fall because it knows it can't get up again once it does. I plant my broken concho into the ground and use it to support my weight. I pitch forward, nearly falling over, and I can't get up. I brace myself against concho with both hands, holding on to it like a walking stick. I must look pathetic. From the side, I might even look like I'm kneeling before him.
その理想は破綻している。自身より他人が大切だという考え、誰もが幸福であってほしい願いなど空想のおとぎ話だ。そんな夢を抱いてしか生きられないのであれば、抱いたまま溺死しろ。
My life isn't worth living. No, he said that my entire life was worthless. My weapons are gone. It's futile to even stand up. Meanwhile, he doesn't even look winded, much less wounded. This duel is decided. No, it was from the very beginning. There was no way Shiro and Mia could ever match to the heroic spirit of Mia. But this is wrong too. If the gap in our abilities was truly that large, then the silly scuffle wouldn't even happen. It's my heart that lost this fight. I'm weak because I realized that I'm wrong, and I accepted that he was right, that he's right. I've only lost on that front, because... Because my body has been protesting it without... because my body has been protesting that it won't lose to you. Why else? Why else would it get stronger every time you dismiss my ideals as fake? I can reach him. I know I can. If my weapons are broken, I'll just use them as they are. If everything I have is broken, then I'll mobilize everything I don't have. I haven't lost. Then there are depths I still have yet to reach. My headache throbs again. For an instant, the scenery I see a scenery, probably for the last time. I can't understand him, but I think I can learn from his pain. He's a hero whose incantations express and judge himself. Right now, I can't understand the will behind those swords, but I accept them I'll accept them in your place. I chant the verse, loud and proud. Amiya's own words hurt him. He accepted that and chose to kill me. That's all he went to at the end of his long journey. Then, just as you deny me, I'll strike you down if it's the last thing I do. My body is made of swords. I am the bone of my sword. I am going to translate this one a bit, because Shiro has a similar incantation, but it's different. I whisper it without thinking. I look up. On the verge of death, I stand up to him. I swallow a glob of blood that was blocking my throat. The once fading Yang sword, Kansho, is cloaked in the concrete image once more. I've always known that, but I kept believing in it because it's right. I followed in Kuretsugu's footsteps because it's a dream that won't come true and an impossible ideal. And this is Shiro and Mia's theme. Even if it never comes true, if I keep running, I'll get close to it one day. I ready my sword. I don't care about that. Right now, I just... need to keep being Shiro and Mia until the very end. It is an unbearable fight, unbelievable fight between swords. He charges in, and despite being fully wounded, his fingers are broken, his limbs shredded. He hasn't even realized that he's not breathing anymore. The speed is insignificant, and the blows he delivers are mediocre. He may have absorbed Archer's knowledge and advanced to the point where he can fight him, but he's back to being a boy again. He executes a haphazard, mediocre attack, and yet, that first blow is heavier than any of the other attacks before. Apathy turns into astonishment. His sword needs to shout. His sword seems to shout. The boy swings a longsword faster than his opponent ever imagined. Where is this power coming from? The vigor of their clash reaches an unprecedented pitch. The man can't even pivot to defense. Each attack is lethal enough to take his head. He judges that the situation must be taken seriously and moves his swords accordingly. Up and down, left and right. The 4 slashes, unsheathed in an instant, are enough to cut the boy to ribbons. But he blocks them. No, the boy launches a blade tempest that overcomes the 4-fold technique. He wields his longsword with swift skill. The man senses he must attack or be cut down. The longsword assails his dying enemy. The boy swings his sword full-heartedly. The two sides struggle. Sparks fill the air, declaring that any who enter the ring will be torn apart. But this should be the dying spark of a walking corpse. With each attack, the boy's breathing becomes more labored, and he looks closer to collapse. But he takes another step and attacks again. Having seen this, the man is sure of something. His enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is a walking corpse, and yet why does this boy continue to wield the sword as if he has infinite strength? He isn't conscious of it. He doesn't know what his opponent is doing, nor can he tell his attacks are working. He cries out, his muscles begging for oxygen. They demand that he stop due to lack of blood. And he pushes through it all with brute force. Only one thought occupies his mind. His feelings are fake. Just like the guy says, he probably can't become a hero of justice. As long as Shiromiya looks up to that goal, he'll reach the same destination as the man before him. But he felt that it was beautiful. He knows that it's hypocritical to value others over himself, and still, he longed for such a life, wondering how nice it would be to live that way. It's the only motivation driving his body forward on the verge of death. He can't bear that as what his enemy is saying. It speaks to how fierce the clash is and how meek his foe's voice is. Looking closer, the boy in his hands gripping the sword melded with the hilt. He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that, he will directly feel impact from the sword. He's bloody and he takes a single step back. He'll pitch over. And if he takes a single step back, the boy accepted each swing of his sword will be hellish suffering. It irritates the man, but he takes it. It seems to offend a stubbornly persistent enemy, but he's still as irritated with himself for not backing down when he knows that even one step back would end this. But how could he retreat now? There's no room for parley now. And he's in a pitched duel with his enemy. It would be shameful to turn his back on the childishly forged sword, and it would be utterly humiliating to not meet the attacks head on. All it would take for his enemy to destroy himself is for the man to retreat one step. But he senses that he'll have conceded something decisive if he backs down now. Soon his worry will fade. His enemy is at his limit. 3 more strikes. If he repels 3 more strikes, then his enemy will destroy himself. He clicks his tongue at his own foolishness. Just earlier, he thought the boy had 2 attacks left. Then he delivered more than 10. The boy isn't going to fall. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy who is on the brink of death frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. And then he sees him. He looks upon himself with his own eyes for the first time. Keep swinging my sword and I'll reach my foe with arms ready to fall off. The only thing that can be heard is a strained yell. That shout is the price I pay for each exchange of blows. There are people who weren't saved, and myself who wasn't saved. The memory has become unbidden, and I swore that I'd never let this happen again. How many years have passed? There were things that were lost, things I lost. There will always be things that I forget and fail to pick up. That's why I made an oath that I won't forget. To become a hero of justice, to always do what's right. Even if it isn't my own wish, even if it's just a way to lighten my own sins, I'll keep that oath. I'll make the dream come true. When I was young, someone saved me, entrusted me with his dream, and passed away alone. I believe in the wish behind his words. Even if the whole world shuns me and the oath turns out to be a curse, I won't give up. And then, the man realizes that there is no end to this repeated conflict. This enemy will not stop. The enemy will not stop on his own. This enemy makes each attack with desperate abandon, but he isn't even aware of who he's fighting. The boy is trying to cut down himself. He is the one who is doing the obstructing. The man's enemy is swinging his sword for everything he is believed in, and everything he'll continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy keep fighting, even if he knows he can't win, even if he knows there's no point. That is the exact mistake the man once made. So why? Why does he want to see how far this boy will go? He raises his longsword. The enemy's attack can no longer be trifled with. He repels the attack and counters with the strike meant to crush the enemy's skull, certainly. The high-pitched sound of metal. The boy repels what should have been a decisive blow. He couldn't even stop one attack until now, but he easily defended against the strike delivered with the man's full might. He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheaths it in a single large stance. But his eyes, they're looking straight at him. The impact breaks one of my limbs. My sense of pain isn't numb at all. The pain is enough to knock me out, but I put through it with sheer rage. I'm dehydrated. I can't afford to lose any more liquid. The enemy's left arm is wide open. I've lost one side of my body, so this will have to be the last blow. But that thought doesn't enter my head. All I can think is, He slashes with the longsword in an effort to protect his exposed left chest. He can make it. It would be easy to close the distance. This is my chance. That's the only thought in my mind. Even if Shiro Omiya is fake, this is real. He wants everyone to be happy. It's an ideal that everyone's felt unsure. So I won't take it back. Because this dream will always be. His gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him. And he continues to run without stopping. The words drive straight into his chest. The attack comes, fueled by bent determination. There's enough time to block it. But the gears never turn in his head, and the battle draws to an abrupt close. Stab. He hears the sound of the blade piercing his chest. The surprised one, of course. The surprised one is, of course, the Red Knight. The boy bet everything on a desperate attack. So he would expect it to defeat his opponent. He couldn't afford to make any other choice anyway. So it is the knight who is surprised. Truly, he wonders why he didn't defend against an attack that would have been easy to stop. I'm about to collapse, so I lean in on my good right leg. I drove Concho into Archer's chest. Has she been watching the whole time? Saber asks the question from the entrance to the hall. Archer doesn't answer. Maybe he feels he doesn't need to, or maybe he doesn't have an answer for her. My fingers feel numb. My broken fingers tell me that they can't hold a sword anymore. The Red Knight doesn't move. I might have stabbed him through the chest, but he's a servant, so he could easily counterattack. But his arms remain at his side and shows no sign of movement. I know what that means, of course. I fix my gaze on him and declare victory. The Red Knight closes his eyes and admits. He stares into the distance. His murmur sounds like it was meant to convince himself. Shiro versus Archer. Fought heroic spirit of Mien won. I pull out the sword. The moment my projected sword touches the air, it disperses into dust, as if it never existed. I finally look around, my attention drained. What a wreck. My lacerations look like they're on the mend, but in some places they're turning into a reddish-black color. Archer said something about being Saber's sheath, but I wonder how it decides what to heal first. It heals the cuts right away, but broken bone seem to be a lower priority. Oh. I hear hurried footsteps coming from the west side of the hall, in the direction Lancer disappeared off to. Someone's coming. She appears on the second-story terrace, jumping down to the floor without hesitating, and... Jeez, Rin. Hugs herself from the pain of the fall.
Shiro, 無事? あーちゃん、あんたその傷どうしちゃったのよ?
Tosaka raises her voice to match the distress as with which she arrived. Lancer rescued her just as promised. Thus, I'm honestly amazed to see Tosaka alive and well. She can't decide if she wants to check if I'm okay or be upset at Archer for getting injured.
戻らなかったもの。
The Red Knight's words are sarcastic, but I can only hear warmth behind them. After giving Tosaka a look, he turns on his heels, as if leaving the stage.
ともあれ、決着はついた。お前を認めてしまった以上、エミヤなどという英雄はここにはいられん。
The loser should depart quickly.
早々に立ち去るとしよう。
He isn't even going to say goodbye to Tosaka? He's heavily wounded and he doesn't have a master. Is he going to disappear here and return to where the other heroic spirits come? It's all happened in an instant. A lethal attack, just as I begin to relax around Tosaka. Multiple swords rain down. The torrent of blades comes down to skewer me as I stand around spacing out. I hit the ground. Someone pushes me and I fall back onto the rubble. I was shoved about a meter away. From where I am, I can only watch. My broken limbs can't support my body, and I'm too weak to even stand up. Instead, all I can do is watch another version of me skewered before my very eyes. Saber's challenge breaks the silence. Her voice is directed at the second floor, at the top of the broken stairs.
偽物同士。実にくだらない戦いだった。
貴様。
10年ぶりだな、セイバー。お前とはもう少し早く顔合わせをする気であったが、予定が変わった。予想外の事故ばかり起きてな。俺の思惑とはずれてきてしまった。
貴様、アーチャー。
It's Gilgamesh, the servant who defeated Berserker and killed Elia. He ignores Saber's glare and looks down at me and Archer.
理解したか？それが本物の重みというものだ。いかに形を似せ力を似せようが、所詮は作り物。本物の輝きには及ばない。
He raises a hand, as if about to command an army.
偽物が作り上げた贋作など見るのも汚らわしい。クズめ、貴様らのうちには何一つ新作が存在せぬ。他人の真似事だけで出来上がった偽物は解くゴミになるがいい。
Yeah, and how many of those swords did you make, huh? Because I gotta be real with you, I don't think blacksmithing is in your repertoire. He unleashes countless noble phantasms into the hole. An unavoidable torrent falls on us. I count just under 30 noble phantasms. Even if I was still in one piece, there's nothing I could do to defend myself against this assault. Dust fills the air. The hole collapses even further, rocked by explosions. In the middle of it all, I see him. A fluttering red cloak. He runs towards me looking like a pincushion and gives me another shove. I watch his red figure fade into the distance. His eyes convey a firm message. You defeat him. He tells me that since he lost to me, I'm going to become a hero of justice. This is a villain I have to defeat. And I'm going to become a hero of justice. A cloud of dust blocks my vision. The red cloak sinks into the rubble. I'm sure I saw him before he left. His confident eyes declare, this servant is no match for us. It won't be Saber or Tosaka who defeats them. My other self tells me that Shiro Emiya is the Golden Servant's natural enemy. My vision clears up. A layer of dust settles over the hole, now covered in a new layer of rubble. Nothing else happens. The Red Knight disappears before he was buried under the rubble.
ほう、驚いたぞアーチャー。あの傷で他人を救う余裕があったとはな。
His tone is filled with derision and irony. The man's lips curl into a smirk. He looks down at Archer's bloody remains. Silence falls. Gilgamesh is the strongest being in this place now. One wrong move and we'll follow Archer. Saber's lips are tightly sealed. She's watching for a chance to face the enemy. However,
この誰に断って私のあーちゃんに手を出してんのよ。
Tosaka loses her temper after losing Archer. Light flies through the air. Tosaka charges the jewel with as much energy as she can and fires pure destructive energy without any modifications. Gilgamesh doesn't even try to dodge it. The attack doesn't have a scratch on him.
死に損ないを先にするつもりだったのだが。順序が変わったな、女。
The swords floating behind him sentence Tosaka to death. They hurtle towards her at high speed, but Saber arrives even faster to deflect them, protecting her master.
セイバー。
リン、下がって。あの男は危険だ。手を出せば殺されます。
ほう。今のマスターはその小娘か。よかろう。ならば今の無礼は不問に付す。お前を失っては楽しみが減るからな。
Saber just glares up at our enemy, her invisible sword at the
な
ready.
ぜここにいるアーチャー。近江は前回の聖杯戦争で呼ばれたサーバント。そのあなたがなぜ今回も限界している。
なぜも何もあるまい。前回の戦いが終わった後、我は消えずにこの世にとどまっただけだが。
そんなバカな。サーバントは聖杯が消えた時点でこの世との接点をなくすはずだ。ならばあなたが10年もの間とどまっていられるはずがない。
そうでもないぞ。もとよりこの世との接点は聖杯ではなくよりしろとなったマスターだ。聖杯はあくまで道を通したに過ぎん。聖杯が消えた後も魔術師が魔力を提供し続ければこの世にはとどまれる。もっとも聖杯の助力なしでサーバントを維持できるマスターなどそうはいないがな。その点で言えば俺のよりしろは魔力不足ではあった。
ならばどちらにせよあなたがとどまれるはずがない。サーバントを持つことにマスターが耐えられないならあなたは召喚者ともども枯渇しているはずだ。
それもやりようであろう。魔術回路が少なければ知識で補うのが魔術師という輩だ。その点で言えば俺のマスターはなかなかに筋金の入った男だった。
Past tense? So his master is no longer alive. No, Shinji was his master. The fact that the ungoverned Gilgamesh was following Shinji's orders was proof enough of that.
ではあなたのマスターはライダーのマスターと同じように。
ああ、事故で補えなければ他人から奪うのは当然だろう。だが実を言えばそのような手間もいらなかったのだがな。俺は聖杯を浴びた唯一のサーバントだ。この時代における受肉など10年前に済ませている。
Saber stares at him in shock. The mention of 10 years ago seems to pain her.
セイバー、あれが何であるか我は誰よりも熟知している。何しろその新翼をぶちまけられ、中にあるものを見たのだからな。
ではあの時あなたは。
ああ、聖杯の正体を理解したのだ。その時に決めた。あれは俺だけが扱うとな。
He speaks to Saber. No, the Golden Servant's decree is directed at all of us.
聖杯をあなたが使うだと。
そう、マスターなどという寄生動物に分け与えてやる義理もあるまい。俺は俺の目的のために聖杯を使おう。その最大の障害であった召喚者も先ほど消えた。残ったものはより代にもならぬ魔術師もどきだけだ。俺の望みにはそのなり損ないこそがふさわしい。もっともお前の肉ならば、あるいは完全な聖杯が出来上がるやもしれんが、さて。
You see, I keep breaking mine, so... The man eyes Tosaka. Tosaka shrinks away and goes a little pale, realizing how dangerous he is. His red eyes are ominous beyond comparison. Anyone would feel intensely uncomfortable under their gaze. His eyes are so bizarre that they even scare the unflappable Tosaka.
バカな。聖杯はマスターが得るものだ。我らサーバントでは得られないからこそマスターに協力するのだろう。
それこそがおかしな話だ。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけでありながら、聖杯を得られるのはマスターだけだというのか。
しかしそれは
全てはくだらぬざれ言だ。7人のマスターによる聖杯の奪い合い、最後の一人となったマスターのみが聖杯を得る儀式だと。そんなものはただの隠れ蓑に過ぎん。もとより聖杯の恒例など済んでいる。連中は毎回聖杯を用意してから7人のサーバントを呼ぶ。わかるか騎士よ。連中が必要としたのは聖杯ではなく、その中に入るものだ。マスターなど元は我らを呼ぶためだけの回路に過ぎん。魔術師どもはな、聖杯を作りはしたが、その中身を用意できなかった。先ほども言っただろ。事故で補えないのならよそから奪ってくるのが奴らだと。聖杯を満たす最高純度の魔力、守護者ともいえる霊長最強の魂こそが奴らが求めたものだ。7人のサーバントとはな、もともと聖杯にくべられる生贄のことらしいぞ。
Tabor stares at him in shock. Her eyes try to deny his words. It can't be true. The Holy Grail I saw can't be something this abhorrent. She seems to be telling herself.
驚くことはあるまい。聖杯は魂という本人でなければ制御できぬ力を純粋な魔力に返すろ過器だ。ああ、確かにそれならば願いは叶おう。魔術師どもにとっては永遠に使い切れぬ魔力量だろうからな。故に生贄は多ければ多いほどよい。6人ものサーバントをくべればそれは万能と言えるだろう。聖杯が汲み取ったサーバントは5人。奴らが目指した万能の釜まではあと1人分で十分だ。
それでは それではやはり聖杯はマスターにしか扱えない。聖杯が純粋な魔力の貯蔵庫だというのなら扱えるのは魔術師だけだ。そうだ。持ち主となるマスターさえ優れた術者ならきっと。
あらゆる願いを叶えられるか。たわけ、人間風情にそのような奇跡は与えられん。どれほど強大な力を持とうと自滅するのが人間というものだ。だが安心しろセイバー、この聖杯は本物だ。きちんと7人分の英霊を組み込めば必ず原初に到達する。
原初？ちょっと待った。じゃあ聖杯ってまさか。
何者かは知らんが、最初にこのルールを敷いた者は間違いなく神域の天才だろうよ。まあしかし俺には関係のない話ではある。俺はそんなものに興味はない。あるのは聖杯の門としての能力だけだ。
聖杯が門だと。
10年前だセイバー。あと一歩で聖杯を手に入れるという時、俺はお前に阻まれた。聖杯は聖剣によって両断され、こぼれ落ちた者は炎となって町を焼き払った。聖杯の真下にいた俺は当然その本流を一身に浴びたのだ。
It was icky!
その時に聖杯の正体を知った。実にくだらぬが使い道はある。数ある兵器の中でもあれほど殺人に特化したものはあるまい。あれはあのままでいい。万能の釜になどする必要はない。
兵器。聖杯がサーバントを持って生み出すものが兵器だというのか、アーチャー。
もともと我らとて兵器だろう。あれはそれを突き詰めたものに過ぎん。聖杯とは地獄の門。一度開けば中からは56億もの呪いが溢れ出す。
Seems a bit excessive. Just a tad.
言っていなかったか。聖杯の名はアンリ・マユ。その名の通り全ての人間を食い潰す終わりの泥だと。
Anra Manu. If I recall correctly, that's the name of the devil from Zoroastrianism. It's said to be a ruler of evil who has been fighting the gods for thousands of years. It's depicted as an embodiment of all humanity's malice, to be a reflection of humanity's goodwill. So why is the Holy Grail named after some ancient Persian demon?
ではあなたの目的は人間の。
そう一層だ。俺は琴峰のように人間をめでようと努める気はない。めでるべきは美しいものだけだ。この世界は楽しいがな、同様にどしがたい。凡白の雑種が生を謳歌するなど王に対する冒涜だ。それでは収める気にもなれん。
バカじゃないのあんた。何が王に対する冒涜よ。人間が一人もいなくなったらそれこそ王様の意味なんてないじゃない。
死に絶えるのならばそれでよい。自らの罪で消え去るのなら生きる価値などはあるまい。俺が欲しいものは雑種ではない。地獄の中ですら生き延びられる者にこそ支配される価値がある。その点で言えば前回のは落第だったな。あの程度の火で死に絶えるなど今の人間は弱すぎる。
His lips curve up in a smile. For the first time, he looks at me he looks at me, one of the failures.
この世すべての悪とやらが何者であるかは知らん。だが都合が良いだろ。すべての人間に等しく落ちる死の戸が。人より生まれた人だけを殺す底なしの闇。本来俺がすべき仕事を任せるにはふさわしい猟犬だ。
Gilgamesh raises an arm. Noble phantasms float. Noble phantasms float at the ready behind him, awaiting his command.
10年前の続きといこう。あの時はくだらぬゴミが混ざったが、こたびはあのようなゴミはおらん。もっともそれ以上にたちが悪いクズが混ざっているようだが。
All of the swords turn to point to and at me. I try to stand up, but my broken legs won't move the way I wanted to. Crap, I can't even block a single one of those swords. Then why did Archer entrust his will to me? Oh yeah, that happened. The swords disappear. The golden servant suddenly puts down his arm. He looks at the ceiling and with displeasure and brushes something from his shoulder. Back when there was only when there were only fan translations of this. Yes, there was only a fan translation of the original. The people who were working on the fan translation, Mirror Moon, and I believe they were called, they would put up like screenshots of just like funny goof arounds that they did, and in this case they translated. They intentionally spelled brushes as blushes. Just wanted to throw that out there.
すすで汚れる。命拾いしたな、小僧。
Now I gotta go take a bath. The castle's on fire. I don't know who set it alight, but it seems like a pretty intense blaze. The third floor is already surrounded by flames, and they have reached the second floor. No, that's not what I should be surprised about. He really decided not to fight because his clothes got dirty.
逃げるのですか、アーチャー。
場所を変えるだけだ、セイバー。聖杯は俺の手にある。ことは迅速に済ますのが俺の方針だからな。早々に聖杯を作り、地獄の穴を開けてやろ
う。His blonde hair flutters. Gilgamesh walks toward the terra that isn't on fire. His hair is sparkling all the way.
取り戻したければ早めにしろ。何しろ今回の聖杯は急増の欠陥品だ。急がなければ中身がすべてこぼれてしまうぞ。
His muffled laughter echoes. Then he leaves the burning castle. Sparks have started to dance around the great hole, and the ceiling is crumbling by the second. The formerly ornate castle doesn't resemble itself anymore. Its master gone, it crumbles away without a trace, as if to follow the pale girl. Interlude 15-3. Shinjimato wanders through the forest, his breathing ragged and bestial. He was heading in a concrete direction, to be clear, but his mental state is utterly lost. With no objective, all he can do is run. Wandering is the only appropriate word to describe his behavior.
くそあと少しっていうところでどいつもこいつも潰しやがって
He pushes tree branches aside with one arm, splashing through the mud. Shinji heads for the forest, his bloodstains marking his trail. Of course, his shoulder wound, the shoulder wound Lancer gave him hasn't healed. He's already lost sensation in his right arm. His wound is red and inflamed, and his arm won't move, like a necrotized limb. He trips and stumbles into a tree. It must be difficult running with only one arm. His arm hangs like dead weight. Then he realized that a part of his body has become dead weight, and starts to laugh. Why won't you die? His laugh turns into a coughing fit. It hurts. He feels hot and feverish, perhaps due to the wound. His hazy mind imagines his arm rotting away. Then he starts to hallucinate about all the people around him who's also rotting away. Not just their arms. All those other idiots should know their place and get hurt even worse than he is. He can't stop laughing. The thought makes the pain slightly more bearable. He has a real purpose now. His goal is to gather arms. He'll take the arms from everyone, no exception.
そりゃいいじゃあ一番初めは決まってる
The girl who wouldn't do what he said. She's the one and he likes the most, and he can't stand the thought of her looking prettier than him.
待っててよどうさかすぐに僕以下にしてやるからさ
Jesus Christ. Shinji mumbles a laugh, then looks up. That servant is standing in front of him. When did he get there?
お前
He stares at the servant. The golden servant looks down at Shinji the way one might look at
傷
livestock.
を負ったのかひどいなそれではさぞかし痛かろう
His tone is utterly disinterested. Shinji's face distorts. He glares at the man in front of him, failing to realize that the servant's words might, what the servant's words might have implied.
痛かろうだと誰のせいだと思っているんだお前が間抜けだからランサーなんかにやられたんだぞ番犬役もできないくせに偉そうなことを言うな痛かろうだと誰のせいだと思っているんだお前が間抜けだからランサーなんかにやられたんだぞ
Shinji rages at the servant. The golden servant nods,
その
unconcerned.
傷はランサーにつけられたのかではあのマスターを逃がしたのは奴だったのだ
ああそうだよお前がグズだから遠坂を逃がしちまったんだあんな死に損ないに取られるなんて思い出しただけで吐き気がする
そうかそれは残念だ
何を落ち着き払ってんだよ遠坂がいなけりゃ聖杯が手に入らないんだろそうお前のせいで全部台無しだ分かってんのかよこれからどうすれば
安心しろ予定に狂いはない聖杯は作り出せる
The servant speaks emotionlessly. Shinji doesn't realize that the servant's red eyes aren't even looking at him.
どうやって？いくら聖杯があってもその器がないとできないって琴峰も言ってたじゃないか。あのガキの心臓だけじゃ意味がない。あれは優れた魔術回路につなげないと聖杯にならないんだろ。
Shinji approaches his servant and berates him for his incompetence. The golden servant nods again.
だから問題ない。より代になるマスターならここにもう一人いるじゃないか。
Then he casually thrusts his arm out. Squish. Shinji doesn't realize what the noise was until the very end. His stomach feels strange. When he looks down, he sees a servant's arm. The fist is embedded in his body. It doesn't hurt, nor is there any blood. The servant's arm sinks deep into his stomach, as if performing some outlandish spiritual surgery.
聖杯が欲しいのだろう。ならばくれてやろう。大事なものなら二度と手放すな。
I mean, poor choice for a vessel, dude. Blood vessels swell. Wriggling, wriggle. He feels something alien swarm and writhe inside him. And then he ceases to be Shinji Mato. I'll say this, as much as I hate Shinji, kudos to the voice actor. He convulses. There's just a swollen hunk of meat there now. It has no clear shape. It's made up only of naked muscles and blood vessels, sudden growth of meat, and short-lived decaying meat. Oh my god, he's become Akira. I know it's Tetsuo. I forgot his name for a second. His mind breaks and unable to withstand the discomfort of something wriggling inside him and the pain of endless growth and decay. The servant watches for a while and then departs as if nothing remarkable happened.
憎いな。力ある魔術師ならば変貌することもないだろうが。まあ、仕方があるまい。
The chains extend out. The chains of the heavens appear in midair to bind the infinitely expanding and rotting mass of flesh. Currently, it's teetering between growth and decay, but the Holy Grail should quickly learn how to use its host. Once that happens, the growth should greatly exceed the decay. At this rate, his Holy Grail will soon be complete.
何よりお前ならばふさわしい泥を吐き出すだろう、シンジ。
The servant chortles. In his shadow, a mass of flesh repeats "Help me" in a no longer human voice. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Shiro, 傷はもう痛まないのですか?
I know I said that I would finish it. I don't think I really can spare the time to do that. So I'll finish it after the end of this. I'll end it after the end of this day. And then maybe next week I'll see if I can get someone to join me, and we'll do a couple of bad ends if we have the extra time.
そっちの方は問題ない。 至って健康だし、中身だってまだ使える。
そうですか。それならいいのですが。
She ends the conversation, but it seems something else. But it seems something else is still on her mind. It's been an hour since we've returned. We both have something on our minds, but nothing is said. We don't have time to be glad that Tosaka is safe for now, nor do we have the time to celebrate our reunion. We're still in a dire situation. The last servant, Gilgamesh. As long as he holds the Holy Grail, we have no choice but to fight him. We don't have a plan to break out of this predicament. The more we think about it, the more we hit the feeling of despair. Of course, we wouldn't have done anything to say. We wouldn't have anything to say to each other. However, that's not the only reason we're silent. It's probably because this is the last. This will be the last time we're headed into battle. It doesn't matter what the result, win or lose, what awaits us will be the same. The Holy Grail War will end here. After that, the three of us won't be able to talk like this again. Thinking back, we've only spent 10 short days together. We were thrust into one happening after another during these 10 days, so much that we don't even have time to think about what happened yesterday. But it's not all bad memories during these 10 days. Now thinking back, there are irreplaceable memories that I made in these 10 days. And that's the reason we're not saying anything. We don't want to admit that our time together is ending, and we're swallowing words we want to say. Tosaka, Saber, and myself all have the answer in our heads. The reason we won't say it out loud is because we don't want to, want to end what we had in the manner that we have now. What we had in the manner we have now.
じゃあ私から言うけど、私はアーチャーの仇を討つ。裏切られたし、ひどいやつだったけど、あいつはシローだったから。
Tosaka said said so with determination in her voice. We will face Gilgamesh. She has said it clearly that we will end this fight.
シローはセイバーにはどうしたって付き合ってもらうけど、マスターじゃないあなたには無理強いできない。あの金ピカ、シローを目の敵にしてるみたいだし、戦うのなら真っ先に狙われると思うけど。
Maybe she is being inconsiderate. She's even giving me a reason to back out. But I have my answer already. I can't leave Gilgamesh alone. Also, I have a hunch that the Holy Grail he's trying to use is not something that should exist. But there's another reason why I can't back out. You will defeat him. He left behind those words and chose to keep me alive instead of himself. The same man whose existence is to deny Shiromiya. Now that I have made him admit defeat, there's only one path left for me to take.
奴を倒す。自分で戦うと決めたんだ。最後までそれを守らなくちゃ。あいつになんて文句を言われるかわからないだろう。
そう。あなたがそう決めたのなら止めないわよ。
ああ、頼む。それに、聖杯は放っておけない。聖杯が奴の言う通りのものだとしたら、そんなものは壊した方がいい。今度こそ完全に、こんなことを二度と繰り返さないようにだ。
Saber has been fighting for the sole purpose of gaining the Holy Grail. That hesitation and regret are not something that can be easily erased. Even then,
承知しています。聖杯がギルガメッシュの言う通りのものならば、それはこの世にあってはならないものです。
she agrees to our plan by sacrificing her own wish. I stand up from the floor and start walking towards the kitchen. I reach for my equipment in the kitchen. I put on my apron and roll up my sleeves, getting ready for a different kind of battle.
シロ、
What? We can't fight him on an empty stomach now, can we?
何かいいアイデアでも思いついたの？
ね、いや、飯作ろうと思って。二人とも腹減ってるだろ。
Ignoring the dumbfounded two, I start making preparations for dinner.
話は決まったんだ。なら、あとはいつも通りにしよう。三人で夕食をとって、その後で奴を倒しに行けばいい。
I take up the bowl in the frying pan. I will use up everything I have in the fridge. There's no need to hold back. We're going to have a feast.
ええ、そうですね。いつも通り夕食を迎えましょう。私たちにはその方が合っている。
I'm not saying no to free food.
そうね。じゃあ私も手伝おっかな。セイバーはお風呂沸かしてきて。
The heavy atmosphere we had just moments ago is gone. The living room feels brighter and livelier. The night with the three of us together, that will never come again. But in order to make it feel like any other day, we do our best to make sure we can enjoy our dinner in the most lively way as possible. And after we finish and clean up our Western and Japanese mixed-style dinner, we resume our strategizing session.
では、リンは竜道寺に聖杯があると。
ええ、前から今回の恒例場所は竜道寺だと睨んでたのよ。キャスター対策で監視役の使い魔を放ってたんだけど、それもついさっき潰れたし、あの金ピカ、竜道寺に陣取ってると見て間違いないわ。
竜道寺ですか。厄介ですね。あの山には山門からでしか侵入できない。当然ギルガメッシュも山門で待ち構えているでしょ
う。そうね。けど逆に言えば位置が特定できて助かるわ。あいつも厄介だけど、聖杯の召喚を止める方が先決だもの。セイバーにはあいつの足止めをしてもらって、その隙に私たちで聖杯を壊すっていうのが理想でしょうね。
待った、聖杯を壊すってそれはセイバーじゃないとできないんじゃないのか。俺たちじゃ聖杯には触れないんだろう。
Also, shouldn't that be slow him down? Not slow him now?
そうね。私たちに呼び出された聖杯を壊すことはできない。けど、その前に聖杯の器を壊すことはできる。正確には、聖杯が発動する前に停止させるってことだけど。
聖杯を停止させるってどういう意味だ？
あんまり考えたくないんだけど、今までの話を総合すると、聖杯はイリアスフィールの心臓でしょ。けど、聖杯っていうのはイリアスフィールの体、魔術回路とセットだと思う。あいつはイリアスフィールが聖杯になることを嫌がって、核となる器官だけを引き抜いた。とするとね、聖杯として機能させるためには、もう一度魔術師の体に埋め込まないといけない。残ったマスターは私とあと一人だけ。私がここにいる以上、あいつが聖杯基盤に選ぶのは
シンジってことか。けどシンジにはその
魔術回路がないって言うんでしょ。きっとそんなの構わないのよ、あいつは。 不完全な聖杯を作りたがってるんだから、不完全なマスターに埋め込むでしょうね。血が絶えたって言っても、魔党の血族には遺伝的に魔術回路の跡があるし、イリアスフィールの心臓なんて、そんな核融合炉をつけられたら、閉じてた回路だって力ずくで開かれるわ。
In that case, yes, what we need to do first is to separate Shinji from the Grail. I don't understand what it means to become the foundation for the Grail, but we must stop it if we can still make it.
ですが、それをギルガメッシュが許すとは思えない。聖杯を止めるということは、ギルガメッシュを倒すということではないのですか？
そうだな。あいつが聖杯を守っているのは明白なんだから、まずあいつをどうにかしないと話にならない。
そうね。けどあいつ、山門で私たちを待ち受けてると思うのよ。私たちの最大の戦力であるセイバーが、山門からしか入れない以上、それ以外の突入経路はないんだもの。だから。
なるほど。私は単身で山門から突入する。リンとシロはその隙に裏から竜道寺に侵入するのですね。マスターである二人なら竜道寺の結界も意味はない。
そういうこと。セイバーには頑張ってもらうしかないんだけど、とにかくあいつの足止めをして、私たちも聖杯を止め次第すぐに駆けつけるから。
待った、それは無茶だ。セイバーじゃあいつにはかなわない。足止めなんてできないぞ、きっと。
何よ、やけにあいつの肩を持つわね、シロ。
足止めなんてできないぞ、きっと。
That feels like a weird place to end, but I don't know Japanese, so.
全くです。確かに彼は強敵だが、それでも防戦に徹すれば私とて簡単には敗れません。その根拠を言ってください、シロ。
いや、そういう意味じゃないんだ。俺が見た限りあいつよりセイバーの方が強い。これは絶対だ。かけてもいい。
ではなぜそのようなことを言うのです？
だから英霊である限りあいつには勝てないんだ。そうだな。もしあいつがセイバーと同じ宝具しか持ってないのなら、セイバーはまず負けない。剣士としての能力は比べるまでもないんだから。けどあいつの強さはそういう個人としての強さじゃないんだ。どんなに優れた兵士でも戦争そのものには勝てないだろう。あいつはそういう類の英霊だ。対抗するには同じ戦争じゃないと飲み込まれる。
つまりシロは私と彼とでは相性が悪いと言っているのですね。
ああ、そういうこと。だから登坂、何の策もなしでセイバーとあいつは戦わせられない。せめて突破口ぐらいないと勝ち目がないんだ。
そんなこと言われなくても分かってるわよ。だから今からそれを考えようって言ってるんじゃない。
ではリンには策があるのですね。
あのね、そう都合よく思いつくはずないでしょ。シローの言った通り、あいつの宝具は戦争だもの。戦争っていうのは戦力をどれだけ整えたかで勝敗が決まるものでしょ。いかに上手に兵器を扱えるかじゃなくて、どれだけ相手と同じ戦力を。
なんだよ登坂、いきなり黙り込んで。
そっか、だから目の敵にしてたんだ。そうよね、自分の宝具を持たない英霊なら原点になる武器さえ存在しない。待てよ、それってつまり。
リン、どうしたのです？いきなり私の背後に回って。なんでもない。ちょっと考え事するから二人で勝手に会議してて。
For some reason, that's not voice. Saber and I look at each other. Well, if Tosaka has an idea, then it's better we leave her alone.
では、そうなるとアーチャーとの一騎打ちは避けた方がいいということですね。ですが、私とてリンのバックアップがある。彼女からの供給があれば、封印していた私の宝具も問題なく使用できます。それならば、彼が宝具を使用する前に倒せる可能性もあるのですが。
セイバーの宝具？それって風王結界じゃなくて？
はい。風王結界は鞘に過ぎません。リンの許しがあれば、私は自らの聖剣を使用できます。前回聖杯を破壊したのもその件です。
そうか。じゃあそのあたりは遠坂次第ってことか。
そうですね。聖剣を使用すれば、私だけでなくリンにも大きな負担がかかります。リンの魔力の大半を奪うことになるでしょう。
だってさ、遠坂、お前の魔力量どのくらい余裕があるんだ？
魔力量って、なんで私の考えてることわかるのよ、あんた。なんでもない。私のことは放っておけって言ったでしょ。セイバーの宝具のことならちゃんとわかってるわ。言っとくけど、私とセイバーじゃ撃てて2回よ。1回は聖杯に使うんだから、ギルガメッシュとの戦いに使うって言うなら1回だけだからね。
セイバー、遠坂はそう言ってるけど、どうだ？
わかりません。アーチャーがあらゆる宝具を持つというのなら、私の宝具と拮抗するものも所有しているでしょう。そうなれば、あとはどちらの宝具が優れているかという戦いになる。
そうか。結局宝具の競い合いになるのは否めないのか。
If it ends up like that, Gilgamesh will have the upper hand. I won't let Saber walk into a reckless fight like that, but... Darren, I can't put my thoughts together. By the way, what exactly is Tosaka doing? She's been acting weird. I say that because she's been looking in my direction, then quickly looking away.
はい、Tosaka、言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。アイデアあるんだろ？
ないわよ。こんなところで言えるわけないでしょ、バカ。
I don't understand what made her say something like that, then quickly look away as if something weird is on my face.
シロ。
いや、なんでもない。あいつは変なんで、ほっといて話を進めよう。
And so we're continuing our strategy meeting with just the two of us. But without Tosaka, the brain of our operation, we can't really think of an effective strategy to overcome our predicament.
ないんならさっきの案でいいでしょ。結婚は夜明け前だから、それまで各自自分の部屋で十分に休みを取っておくように。
Tosaka has unilaterally decided the direction for us. Time is passing by. The hands on the clock are about to signal a new day. Tosaka told me to at least take a nap, but I'm not really in any condition to fall asleep. In a few hours, we have to face that servant. If we move right before dawn, that means everything will be over by the time the sun rises. There's no way I can stay still in a time like this. I should Okay, checking the thing. Wait. Did I accidentally close it? Oh no, there it is. We strategize. But yeah, there's there's no bad end associated with this. There's actually only one bad end left for us to get. But we're going to strategize because that gets us 2 rim points.
そうだな。こんな状況で眠ってられるか。
A strategy against Gilgamesh. If we are to face a cold-hearted enemy like that, we'll end up with nothing but regret if we don't find an opportunity. If we go to Ryuta Temple now, I'm sure someone is going to die. Rather than end up with regret like that, it's not a shame to try anything, to struggle until the very last moment.
父さんか起きてるか
I knock on her door.
ちょっと待った。絶対入るな。
Knowing Tosaka, I thought she would be sleeping by now, but it seems she's still awake. Not only that, she's panicking. I can hear her running around the room for something. It seems she's finally calming down. After a loud, deep breath, I can hear through the wall. She opens the door.
で、何よ。
She glares at me as soon as we see each other.
何って話の続きだよ。ギルガメッシュへの対抗策をもう少し考えたいんだ。
Huh? Why are you staring me down like that?
もしかして今すごく不機嫌か
I already know what she's going to say, but it doesn't hurt to ask. What do you think? She'd obviously yell at me, but I really am curious, so I end up asking her anyway. However...
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。
Well, now she's making me even more confused.
父さんかお前熱でもあるのか
ないわよ。もういいから入ったら。ギルガメッシュをどうこうするかってことならこっちから行こうと思ってたんだから。
Tosaka drags me into the room and locks the door. Then she slowly moves back into the room. Anyway, I start to move towards the center of the room. Facing towards Tosaka, I sit down across from her. Silence. She said she had something she wanted to talk about, yet she's not saying a word right now.
父さんかギルガメッシュのことなんだが
分かってるわよ。セイバーと戦わせたくないって言うんでしょ。セイバーには優しいのよね、ヘミヤ君は。
She jelly.
あのな、そういう話じゃないだろう。単にセイバーじゃあいつとは相性が悪いから配置換えをするべきだって話だ。足止め役のセイバーが倒されたら次に狙われるのは遠坂なんだから。
じゃあ配置換えって言うけどどうするつもりよ。私はパスよ。あの金ピカ、金に焼かせてタイム術の武装をまとってるし。 私じゃセイバー以上に相性が悪いわ。それはあなただって同じでしょ。
She's right. But I just can't forget those eyes. What Archer's gaze was trying to tell me. That golden servant. Only Shiro and Mia can go up against Gilgamesh.
父さんか、怒らないで聞いてくれ。あいつの相手は俺が。
あなたがするって言うんでしょ。なんだ、やっぱり気づいてたんだ。ギルガメッシュの宝具の天敵はアーチャーの魔術なんだって。
My jaw dropped.
えって、シロ、あんた気づいてなかったっていうのに、そんなふざけたこと口走ったわけ？
いや、それは確証がなかっただけで、俺たちの中なら一番俺に可能性があるかなと。
誰に入れ知恵されたか知らないけど、それは間違いじゃないわ。ギルガメッシュを最強たらしめているのは宝具の数でしょ。けど逆を言えば、同じ数の宝具さえ持っていれば力は拮抗する。
同じ数の宝具。
Basically, just need to copy every single one of his weapons as soon as he unleashes them.
そうよ。あいつはあなたたちのことを偽物だって言ってたけど、それは敵として脅威を感じたからでしょうね。あいつは英霊エミヤに対してだけは互角の戦いをせざるを得ないんだから。
That's true,
そうか
but
もしれない。けど無理だ。アーチャーの剣を一本投影するだけでボロが出るんだぞ。あんな次から次に宝具を出されたら投影も間に合わないし、魔力も持たない。
あなたの魔術が今までと同じならね。けどアーチャーの宝具が何だったか覚えてるでしょ。あの魔術、固有結界さえ使いこなせるようになればギルガメッシュに対抗できる。
Tosaka stares at me with high expectations. Unfortunately, I can't answer her expectations.
固有結界ってのは禁呪中の禁呪じゃないか。やり方がわからないし、アーチャーが世界を作るときに使った魔力は俺の数倍だぞ。
ええ、無理なのは分かってる。けどやり方ならあなたはもう知ってるはずよ。だってあなたの魔術は結局みんなそれなんだもの。強化も投影もあなたの固有結界から漏れたものに過ぎない。必要な魔力さえあれば驚くぐらい簡単に歯車が噛み合うと思う。
仮にそうだとしても無理なことに変わりはないだろう。俺には結界を張る魔力も維持する魔力もないんだ。あいつは長い年月をかけて魔術回路を鍛えていったんだろうけど、俺にはあいつほどの魔力が。
分かってる。でもギルガメッシュも言ってたでしょ。自分で補えないならよそから持ってくるのが魔術師だって。
だから俺にはそんなよそから魔力をもらってくるなんて器用な真似はできないんだって。遠坂みたいに宝石に魔力を貯めているわけでもないし。もしかしてあの宝石を使おうっていうのか。
Now I'm asking you to boink. Of course, I don't think she'll agree to see to that, seeing that I don't have any training in magecraft to be able to utilize those gems.
それで済むならとっくに渡してるわ。けど私の宝石は私にしか変換できないから却下。でもアプローチとしてはそれしかない。他人の魔力を自分のものとして扱うのにはいろいろと手順があって、現状でできることといったらもうそれぐらいしかないわけだし。
Right, you know how to sew, don't you? We're gonna make clothes out of this bitch.
なあ登坂、どんな考えかぐらい教えてくれないか。これじゃあ相談にも乗れない。
そんなことシロに言えるわけないじゃない。
It seems she's thinking about something that's hard to tell me.
なんでもないの。方法はいくつか考えられるんだけど、その中で可能性の低いものを取捨選択していただけで。
そうなのか。それでいい考えがあるのか。
率直に言うと、私とあなたの問題。魔力の蓄えのある魔術師同士をつないでやりくりする方法よ。
俺と登坂の間にパスを通して魔力の融通をする。
そう。シローに固有結界を使うための魔力量が足りなくても私にはある。あなたには私の魔力を使ってギルガメシュと戦ってもらう。その間に私とセイバーが聖杯を破壊する。こっちにはセイバーがいるんだから、私の魔力が多少減っても戦力は拮抗するわ。
If I can use as my reality marble to hold Gilgamesh back, without any other servants and masters, the Holy Grail is left wide open. Tosaka being a mage and having Saber by her side, our chance of success is high enough.
しかしだな、その前の段階が難しいというか、俺はパスの通し方なんてわからない。
そんなの承知の上でよ。その方法を考えるのが私の役目なんだし。
Tosaka is thinking of something, but she doesn't look optimistic about it.
パスの通し方だけど、即効性があって魔力の融通が可能となると、方法は数えるほどしかない。一番有効なのは魔術回路をお互いに移植すること。
Transplant our magic circuits into each other? Magic circuits are secondary pseudo-nerves that can be said to define a mage. Using Odd to exert influence on mana, the core mechanism of a mage. It's the living inheritance that makes sure one's bloodline can have the foundation necessary to realize their family's great work when they reach the pinnacle. You can say it's like one's blood and bone and strength that strengthen as time goes on.
回路って俺たちの中にあるあれか。
そう。魔術師の本質をお互いに移植すれば、これほど確実なパスはないわ。相手の回路の一部が自分のものになれば、そこへ魔力を伝えることは造作もない。
Her explanation is short and simple, yet contains a sense of guilt. Of course it would. I can't even begin to imagine the consequences of doing something as crazy as transplanting your magical circuits into someone else. For a person to offer their own magic circuit to be transplanted, it also means they're giving up their integrity as a mage. But that makes this easier.
俺の魔術回路を移植しよう。なんだよ登坂。
気持ちは嬉しいけど却下。だって意味ないもの、それ。
Right in my face. She just ends up throwing my resolve right back in my face.
なんで？
いい？そもそも魔力を融通するのはシローの固有結界を使うためでしょ。なのにシローの魔術回路を減らしてどうするのよ。私の魔力とシローの全魔術回路を使って初めてあの固有結界は実現できるんだから。
I see. I'm the one who will use the reality marble. I will only barely be able to create a fantasy big enough to corrode the world itself if I fully exert my magic circuits. If I were to transplant some of my magic circuits into Tosaka to create a path, then it wouldn't. Then I wouldn't have enough magic circuits to perform my magecraft, which would defeat the purpose.
分かった。手間暇かけて戦力ダウンしているようなものよ、シロ。
すまない。そこまで考えが及ばなかった。
いいわ、そんなに謝らなくても。今の返答、それなりに予想してたし。ま、即答だったのは予想外だったけど。
じゃあ、遠坂の魔術回路を俺に？
But that also means
確かにシローの回路を私に移植するより逆の方が戦力は確保できる。でも移植の儀式をするのは私。魔術回路を使いながらその回路自体を減らしていくだなんていうのは術そのものの安定が確保できない。使い魔の契約ほど形式化していれば安全性は確保できるけど、魔術師同士のパスのためなんてのはあんまり例がないことだし。
共倒れになるかもしれないってことか。
そう。あなたの魔術回路を私がもらうのは論外。私の魔術回路をあなたにあげるのは惜しい不正解ってところね。だから
that's why we boink.
あなたに私の魔術刻印を移植する。
Magic Crest. It records the secrets and hidden arts of a mage's family. It's their history. If magic circuits are the blood and bones of a mage, then one could say that the crest is their muscle. A magic crest is magecraft taking form. Though the life work of the mage leading the family. Through the life work of the mage leading the family in that generation, and what was supposed to be formless is given form. It is the proof of a mage's existence. Tosaka, having inherited her family's crest, she gets to enact the magecraft that this generation's family had created.
いや、それは
分け与えるということなら魔術刻印の方が何倍も楽よ。魔術回路と違って本当に受け渡すためのものだから。まあ魔術回路ほど私そのものでもないけど、遠坂の家系でできているものだし、パスとして使う分には十分よ。
それは本当に？
本当だってば。刻印化している魔術はまあ使い物にならなくなるけど、受信装置としての役割ぐらいになら作り変えられるわよ。
Plus, this is my route, so I'm going to be marrying you. So hey, this is like an early wedding present.
ああ、それとも成功率の話？一族じゃない人間に魔術刻印を移植できるかってこと？
ああ、それも一応気になるけど。
大丈夫、任せなさい。きっかり白をバックアップしてセイバーと3人で勝ち残って聖杯を手に入れるから。もう決めたことだもの。ここ一番の失敗も今回ばかりはねじ伏せてやるわ。
She asserts confidently with a bright smile. There's nothing else that needs to be said. Removing her magic crest. That's the same as delaying her family's ultimate wish with her own hands. I've seen that so many times. The fact that she could overcome that truth with a simple smile, and with such determination as her strength, and I've seen it so many times.
何よ、急に物分かりいい顔して。私の顔なんか変？
ああ、そうだな。初めて教会に行った時と同じだ。なんていうか、遠坂のいいところって分かりづらいよな。
失礼な言い草ね。それで思い出したけど、あの時私って変な顔してたの？
The fated night when I summoned Saber, Tosaka looked seriously worried about me, someone who was just her enemy, when I got sick at the church. I'll never forget how much that expression saved me. I can't say too much about the others, but Tosaka was a really nice person, probably nicer than anyone I've ever met.
まあ変な顔だった。俺、あの時はまだ遠坂のことを優等生だって思ってたし、あんな顔するなんて思わなかった。
どうせ猫かぶりで冷酷な女ですよ。わかりづらくて悪かったわね。
Yes, but I've been saved by her. She's kind of realistic, and has the heart of steel. Who's willing to discard her weakness at a moment's notice. She hides her hesitation and troubles in her heart, and always shows the elegant side of her to everyone, treading forward on her own path with grace.
ね、それはいいけど、なんでジロジロこっち見るのよ、あんた。
え、ああ、そっか。ちょい見とれてたみたいだ。今更だけどさ、そういう遠坂だから、俺は好きになったんだなって。
And I can't lose. She's willing to transplant her magical crest to me without hesitation and regret. Then I must repay her kindness with my own trust.
好きって、今はそういう話をしてる場合じゃないけど、聞いてあげるぐらいなら構わないというか。
Tosaka is readying herself. I'm glad. It seems she's prepared. She's prepared and has noted as my resolve.
わかってる。時間もないし、無駄話をしている暇はないよな。さ、早く移植を始めよう。具体的にはどうすればいいんだ、遠坂。
Her mouth is wide open. That's weird. Did I just say something funny?
なんだよ。なんか都合の悪いことでも思い出しちまったか。
For example, some kind of jinx that prevents us from performing the ritual for us at a certain time of day. Oh my god.
別に、ちょっと頭痛がするだけ。慣れたつもりだったけど、エミヤ君の巡りの悪さを甘く見ていたわ。
Give me a sec. I need to plug in my phone.
Honと、今に始まったことじゃないからいいけどね。言葉自体はまあ悪くなかったからよしにしといてあげるわ。
She swings her body and turns away from me, then starts to take various items out of her bag.
はい。とりあえずこれ飲んで。痛み止めみたいなものだから。
おう。
I'm just checking something. Yeah, this is the replacement for the sex scene. I put the lozenge in my mouth. Tosaka turns off the light in the room and starts to draw some kind of pattern on the floor. About 5 minutes have passed. After the preparation is complete, Tosaka sits down on the bed.
それで遠坂、俺はどうすればいいんだ。
It doesn't seem like she didn't hear my question, but Tosaka is having this strange troubled look on her face.
なんだよ。言いにくいことなのか。 覚悟はできてるからな。大抵の無茶なら驚かないぞ。
This is what I meant by trust. Tosaka nods her head.
じゃあ言いにくいんだけど、とりあえず服を脱ぎなさい。
Can you tell this was originally a sex scene? With nervousness in her tone, she issued me a command I'm not used to. Let's assess the situation. The lights are off. Tosaka is sitting on the bed with her head down, clearly nervous. Why am I only realizing this now? Tosaka's soft-looking body and her supple legs dangling above the floor and are making her look very seductive. And she's asking me to take off my clothes.
そこ、変な誤解しない。単に服を脱げって言っただけでしょ。
The funny thing is, in the original, it was exactly that.
私だって脱ぐんだから公平だし。
I took my weird fantasy back after she yelled at me.
遠坂も脱ぐ。
I don't know how else to interpret what she said other than taking it as exactly what it is.
だから境界しない。服を脱ぐのは体温を伝えやすくするためで、それ以上の意味はないんだから。いい？魔術刻印の移植には高度な共感状態にならないといけないのよ。そのためにも余分なものはできるだけ剥ぎ取っておかないとダメでしょ。
ああ、なるほど。
Of course. I'm not sure what transplanting a magic crest actually looks like, but from the sound of it, it could be similar to a medical transplant. And I guess you shouldn't operate on a patient when they're fully clothed.
説明してくれればいいのに。上だけでいいんだよな。
当たり前でしょ。下まで脱いだらそこのヒーター投げつけるから。
Again, this is extra funny when you remember originally this was a sex scene. It's scary thinking of what she might actually do. Taking off my top, I have had her take care of my I have had her take care of my injuries a few times already, but it still feels a little embarrassing. I could hear Tosaka taking a deep breath in the dark.
じゃあ次ね。シロ、ちょっとあっち向いてて。
そうか。遠坂も脱がなきゃいけないのか。
No answer. Taking her silence as affirmation, I quietly turn around. As I turn my back towards her, I take a deep breath to calm myself. I'm going to receive her magic crest and create a path between us. Her magical energy will pass through it and allow me to activate the reality marble in order to defeat that servant. This is simply a process in this long and dangerous fight. I should be able to suppress unnecessary thoughts by reaffirming that fact to myself.
いいわよ、シロ。
My heart skips a beat. I turn around slowly and face Tosaka. I let out a sound. It might seem rude, but I'm troubled by what I'm seeing.
遠坂、なんだその気合の入らない脱ぎ方は。
Tosaka has taken off some clothes, but from the way she removed them, I don't feel any resolve in her.
何よ、不満だっていうの？
不満というよりバランスが悪いというか。だいたいこっちは上着を全部取ってるのに、遠坂はそれだけだと比率が合わないし、どうもシンメトリーじゃないのは落ち着かない。
But we have to do that. This is the safe for work version.
わかった。 両足とも脱げばいいのね。こやつ思いもよらずマニアックな。
Well, I shouldn't press further on what we're talking
いいけ
about.
ど儀式を行うのは遠坂だし、それで成功するっていうなら文句はない。
そりゃ脱がない分難度は上がるけど、だって全部見せちゃうのもったいないというか。
Tosaka is murmuring to herself. Fortunately, it's taking everything in me to keep calm, so I don't have any energy left to argue with
じゃあ
Tosaka.
シロ、もう一度後ろ向いてて。
She whispers to me, and I turn around immediately. This time, the sound of Tosaka's clothes rustling lasts longer than before. Once again, I remind myself that this is a serious ritual. Even if Tosaka is in her most exposed, defenseless form, my becoming frantic will ruin this whole thing.
今度はこれでどう？シロ。
Tosaka's voice trembles. I slowly look over Tosaka's body. I can faintly see the outline of her body under the dim lamp light. Her shoulder, neck, and collarbone form the most beautiful silhouette.
これで満足？
I'm relieved that even when she looks so beautiful, she's still the same snappy Tosaka. I try to relax my expression as I feel that I may have unknowingly broken into a smile.
文句なし。逆にこっちがきつい。
I cover my face with my hands and take a very deep breath. If I don't at least hide my face, which is probably red as an apple right now, I'll lose my composure.
その顔を見れただけでアイコンにしとく。じゃあシロ、こっち来て。
Tosaka makes a gesture, beckoning me to join her on the bed at the bed. She sits facing each other on the bed. We sit facing each other on the bed. The bed bounces, reacting to our weight. Without saying a word, we both take a deep breath. Tosaka is going to start the magic crest transplant ritual. I force myself to calm down before this intimate encounter. My consciousness is getting clearer as I focus my mind.
始めるわ。シロの胸にこれを当てて。
She reaches out her hand with the magic crest. As I begin receiving magical energy, the pattern on the upper area of my exposed arm faintly starts to
同
shine.
調した後にシロの魔術回路に魔術刻印を移植する。魔術刻印は筆記他人の体。植え付けられるのは異物を盛り込まれることだから、体は拒絶反応を示すかもしれないわ。
わかった。そういう荒事には慣れてる。
This is no different from how I was training to use my magic circuit. Activating a foreign nerve system while learning to control it. Not sure if there will be the same experience as with the magic crest.
体に無茶させるのは慣れてるんだっけ。
Maybe because this reminded her of my unusual training, but Tosaka lets out a small giggle. However,
それはそれとして、変なことしたら殺すからね。
again, remembering what the scene was supposed to be, she glares at me with narrowed
変な
eyes.
ことって例えば。
She ignored me. I shortened the distance between us to the point that our shoulders are practically bumping together. It looks like I'm embracing Tosaka's left hand. I can feel Tosaka's breath on my neck. But then I realize she isn't just breathing.
清く将来。刻印制御。第一、第16、停止。
I'm not reading all that. I'm not fluent in German. I'll just absolutely butcher that. Her breath trembles as she utters the incantation. I can sense that magical energy is filling her body through her left hand. Her delicate fingers are placed on my chest. Through them, I can feel her pulse together with my own heartbeat.
名薬を刻む。一つ、二つ、三つ、四つ、五つ、六つ、数えなく。
I close my eyes and concentrate even further. My heartbeat is syncing in with the pulse of her magic energy, adjusting her pulse to match mine, while I maintain a steady rhythm. I focus my mind and keep it in a serene state, like I do my own training. This is the only thing I can do, since I've never experienced synchronization and don't have a feel for it.
小さく、大きく。大きく、小さく。広く、発症。
My eyelids are closed as if they've been sewn shut. My sense of smell is weakening, and my sense of taste is fading. My body's senses are getting distorted. I can't tell clearly if I'm sitting down or if I'm standing up. In contrast, I can feel the warmth of Tosaka's skin ultimately, my own heartbeat and Tosaka's pulse. I can't tell which is which anymore. A phantom pain, as if someone was having a hold over my heart. A phantom experience, as if I'm gripping someone's heart. I move around my fingers, trying to identify this feeling I have in my palm. My hearing still works. I heard a sound just now. Wait, my senses are mixed up. I can't tell if that was my body I touched, or if that was Tosaka's voice I heard. The breaths that escape from her mouth are pained. Even while knowing that it isn't my own breath that I'm hearing, I can't help but listen to it.
ちょっと、真面目にやりなさいよ、シロ。
A voice from inside me just yelled at me. I try to ask what's happening and what's going to happen.
同調の初期段階よ。だから感覚が入れ替わって混乱している。これから本番が来るわよ。集中しないと共有感覚に弾かれるから。
That was as much as I could hear before I suddenly lost myself. It feels like my body has turned into paper and is rapidly being folded up. Slowly, the paper that is my body is being carefully tucked away, but since time has stopped for the surrounding world, from the time outside, it probably seems like all of this is happening at the speed of light. There's no limit to this repeated process of accumulation and contraction. Even though there is a limit to how many times you can fold up a two-dimensional surface, no matter how much area it has, my body keeps folding inward. My vision turns blue, while it was red before I was folded up. I'm floating. I'm falling yet floating at the same time, and the world is passing me by at rapid speed. I try to reach out my hand to familiarize myself in this world where acceleration and termination exist at the same time. I just realized that my arms were already folded away, so there's nothing for me to reach out with. Now that's an issue. I already severed things that I've deemed unnecessary into this place, but I didn't think I would lose my arms and legs. If this keeps on, then I will lose my sense of self. That's why the first thing I need to do is not to confirm the world, but to assume my own form. I squeeze my hand. Although temporary, I've certainly achieved a sense of self. I'm floating in a blue celestial sphere. There's no up or down, nor sky nor earth. It's quiet. I'm not talking about sound, but my current and finite state of serenity. Time is flowing on the outside. Blue area fills the outside. There's nothing within the celestial sphere. That means the celestial sphere is the sky to the blue sea. The egg of the world. It's the celestial sphere being is the celestial sphere being covered in shells, or is the celestial sphere flipped inside out? Does the void give birth to all, or does the void seep out from all? The celestial sphere continues to rotate while inverted. Here, time is eternal. The formless gains from over the course of an eternity. Nothing shares the same form, and no lives differ from one another. It is a phenomenon that is common to all things. Common forms congregate and thus give form to different laws. Each rare occurrence also represents each great result. Beautiful, just like fish traversing through the vast sea. Will does not exist in this complete world. This world doesn't create persistence or preservation. No symbiosis or hospitality. This place welcomes visitors. If a foreign object falls in here for them to exploit, they will, of course, respond to it. The tremendous flow of time is wavering. The collective of magic circuit senses the foreign object's intention, but you must be careful. My senses are subverted. I'm seeing illusions. A hidden past, not of my own, passes me. It's an old memory. Okay, I actually can't keep this going anymore. I wanted to end the day, but we are over time. I'm going to have to finish this off next week. All right. Sorry, I was hoping to at least finish the day, but that's not going to happen. And I am kind of like pushing time right now. So, yeah. Next week will be the end. I don't know if I'll be the I don't know how soon I'll be able to finish. But just in case, I might see if I can get a couple of people to join me. Turn this last bit into a collab. But, yeah, let us set up a raid.
Four Seasons Hotel chain in
Oh, darn it. We'll raid Noxie, who's playing Jump King. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. If you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like, follow, and subscribe there as well. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe there as well. That helps me too. And I upload all my stuff there, and you can also check my socials down there. Though again, I have to change that. A friend of mine my friend and I are going to start talking about revamping my whatchamacallit, my thing at my setup at last. So yeah, we're going to start working on that, and I hope to see you. And tomorrow we'll continue with Trials of Mana, Escape That Ghost Ship we're on. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.